Chapter 106. Little brother, what are you doing? You were brought here by the smelly blacksmith. If there's a problem, he can deal with it. I can't accept the money. Sister Luo shook her head and said. Sister-in-law, how can you do that? I have to take responsibility for my mistakes. Knight Sorrow shook his head. This was his business. He couldn't let the blacksmith take the blame. Well, that's how it is in our town. Sister Luo, don't worry. I'll fix it for you tomorrow. The blacksmith said with a smile. Since you have a good attitude, I don't need you anymore. You really make me worry. Sister Luo took the big wooden stick and went home. That's how it is in our town. The blacksmith said with a smile. Our village is similar to here. When I was a child, I was naughty and was chased by the aunties in the village with sticks. Even if they caught me, they wouldn't really beat me. Knight Sorrow missed Juyuan village. That lord left behind the materials. He only ordered 6 spears. The rest of the materials can be considered as a crafting fee. I'll sell the extra short spears to you. You just have to pay me for the materials, the blacksmith said after returning to the blacksmith shop. I understand. Knight Sorrow took out 500 taels of gold and handed it to the blacksmith. This was half of the gold he had. The blacksmith took 2 and pushed the rest back to Knight Sorrow. Although the material of this spear is precious and can't be made elsewhere, I'll compensate you a little since you hit it off. Uncle, is this short spear difficult to make? Knight Sorrow asked in surprise. I'm not boasting, but this short spear is made with the spiral 100-fold forging method. The material of a long spear was used to make this short spear, so the quality and hardness of the short spear are relatively high. I used to make weapons in the exclusive blacksmith pavilion in Beishan City. However, because I'm old, my qi and blood are weak. My body can't take it anymore, so I returned to my hometown. The blacksmith took out a jar of wine and poured a bowl for Knight Sorrow. So that's how it is. Knight Sorrow understood that this blacksmith was not a simple person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to forge such a ferocious short spear. The blacksmith walked over to the short spears and waved to Knight Sorrow. Come, don't touch these 6 spears. Leave 2 for me as a treasure. These 12 are yours. Knight Sorrow hesitated. There was no way he could take it. The 200 taels of gold was the compensation for the materials used to make it, but he couldn't let the blacksmith uncle work for nothing. After pondering for a moment, Knight Sorrow took out a bottle of blood essence pills. Uncle, I know it's not appropriate to take gold notes. Also, you won't accept them. But these are blood essence pills. They can replenish the blood in your body. Please accept them. Knight Sorrow handed the blood essence pills to the blacksmith. Ha! You're an interesting lad. Could it be that your strength comes from eating this thing? I'll take this pill. There's no exchange. I hope that the weapons I forge can find suitable owners. The blacksmith put away the blood essence pill and said with a smile. Only then did Knight Sorrow put the short spear into his storage ring. Come and drink. The blacksmith uncle was very happy. Uncle, why don't you try the wine I brought? Knight Sorrow took out the 100 herbs wine that Aoi gave him. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the azure blood wine, but the azure blood wine was too strong. Ha! Good wine. After drinking a bowl of 100 herbs wine, the blacksmith excitedly smacked his lips. Come and drink. Knight Sorrow poured another bowl for the blacksmith. After drinking half a jar of 100 herbs wine, the blacksmith became drunk. After covering half a jar of wine, Yisheng got up and covered the blacksmith with his coat. He took out a jar of 100 herbs wine and placed it on the table. Then, he placed 10 low-grade spirit stones beside the wine jar before leaving. He was afraid that the person who ordered the weapon would be dissatisfied with the blacksmith and cause trouble for him, so he left the spirit stones behind. After returning to the inn, Knight Sorrow wiped the 12 short spears. He really liked them. When he was hunting in Bamboo Garden Village, he often threw the black iron spears to kill demon beasts. Now that he had 12 short spears, he believed that his long-range combat ability would be improved. While wiping the short spears, Night Sorrow found that there were some words on the short spears. On the handle, there were 3 words, Sky-Piercing Spear. He felt that this name was very suitable for the short spears. When the sky was slightly bright, Night Sorrow rode Tianyu and left. The blacksmith woke up and stretched his body. His robe slipped off and he found that he had slept the whole night. Very interesting little guy. That flying demon beast is not simple. He got 12 sky-piercing spears, but the wine is good. The blacksmith said to himself. Then, he saw the wine and spirit stones that Night Sorrow left behind. The blacksmith took a deep breath and stood up. It was as if he was a different person. Smelly blacksmith, who was that kid yesterday? The tough sister Luo appeared. Amazing kid. The sky-piercing spears are very suitable for him. I gave him 12 spears. Come and taste the wine that kid left behind. It is very good. The blacksmith opened the half jar of 100 herbs wine and poured a bowl for Sister Luo. Damn bastard. We went to many cities. You went to the blacksmith pavilion to work and collect materials to make weapons. You gave it away just for a jar of wine. Sister Luo held the bowl and scolded the blacksmith. Then, she drank the wine in one gulp. How is it? The wine is good, right? He gave me some gold notes and left me an extra jar of wine. He also gave me some pills. After he left, he didn't say anything and left behind some spirit stones. What a kind kid. I like it. The blacksmith said with a smile. Indeed, he doesn't know how difficult it is to make the sky-piercing spear. If it were an ordinary weapon, the price he paid would be more than enough. Unfortunately, in terms of value, it's nothing compared to the sky-piercing spear. Sister Luo shook her head and said. 6 sky-piercing spears are enough for us. Now, we have 8 left. Just give him the rest. Let's make the best use of them. The blacksmith said after drinking a bowl of wine. $, that kid left long ago. When will we leave? We have been here for more than 10 years. The people outside might have forgotten about us. Sister Luo said. Pack up. Once third bro returns, we'll leave. With this heaven-piercing spear, killing that evil Wyrm won't be a problem. We've waited too long for this day, the blacksmith said after taking a deep breath. Sitting cross-legged on Tianyu's back, Night Sorrow worked hard to cultivate the myriad Taoist scripture and true energy. As for Tianyu, Night Sorrow did not have to worry. Tianyu was intelligent and would not lose his way. Tianyu, let's start looking for prey. Then, we will set up camp and rest. Looking at the sky, Night Sorrow said to Tianyu, who was below him. Tianyu could travel at night, but Night Sorrow did not want him to. He did not want Tianyu to work too hard. He still needed to rest at night. Half an hour later, Tianyu, who was flying at a low altitude, found his prey. It was a huge python with green scales that was as thick as a bucket. It was coiled around an ancient tree. Chapter 107. With a black light, the sky-piercing spear shot directly on the head of the giant python, nailing it to the trunk. The giant python shook its body, shook its head, and its head slipped from the handle of the sky-piercing spear, then its whole body fell to the ground and twisted together. It was an unconscious struggle. The sky-piercing spear shot by Night Sorrow had already pierced its head and destroyed its brain. Controlling Tianyu to land, Night Sorrow pulled out the sky-piercing spear. He thought he had to wipe it, but when he held the sky-piercing spear in his hand, Night Sorrow found that the sky-piercing spear was clean without a drop of blood. After finding some dry wood, Night Sorrow lit the fire, and then went to deal with the still twisting body of the python. First, he fed the python's gallbladder to Tianyu, then he skinned the python's body, and then roasted it with an iron stick. Watching Night Sorrow roasting the python, Tianyu stayed beside Night Sorrow, rubbing his head against Night Sorrow's body from time to time. Tianyu has grown a lot and his cultivation base has improved a lot, but he is very attached to Night Sorrow. When he was in the Longquan courtyard, Night Sorrow went to accompany him every day and went to see him, which was the happiest time for him. Night Sorrow turned over the python meat with one hand and stroked the feathers on Tianyu's neck with the other, a very harmonious picture. When the python meat was ready, Night Sorrow cut it into pieces with a knife and fed it to Tianyu, and he ate it slowly. Night Sorrow also opened a jar of wine for Tianyu. After eating and feeding Tianyu, Night Sorrow ate half of a spirit congealing pill and a blood essence pill and began to meditate. What Night Sorrow needed the most was time. If he had time to cultivate, he would definitely not let it go. In the past, Night Sorrow didn't consume medicinal pills to cultivate. He was afraid that the medicinal pills wouldn't be completely refined and would leave behind poison in his body. Now that his Jin Qi had entered the element gathering tier and the myriad Dao Tome had entered the tendon strengthening tier, his body and Jin Qi's ability to refine and absorb had increased. Half a core solidifying pill and a blood essence pill were completely absorbed by him in one night. After cultivating for an entire night, he woke up and practiced the Wind Chaser spear art for a while to loosen his muscles and bones. Only then did Night Sorrow leave on Tianyu. Tianyu's appetite was astonishing. It needed to absorb the energy in the flesh and blood of demonic beasts to increase its strength. It ate a lot every meal, but only one meal a day was enough. Sitting on Tianyu's back, Night Sorrow was also meditating and cultivating. It was just that he didn't use any medicinal pills. He was purely absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. It took Night Sorrow 4 days to arrive at the Qingshui Marsh. It was the territory of the Qingshui sect, a force under the jurisdiction of the Medicine Valley. The Qingshui sect was a force under the jurisdiction of the Medicine Valley. Every year, it would hand in resources to the Medicine Valley. It was the strongest force in this area. Last time, it had to cross the Medicine Valley to participate in the Golden Flame sect's decennial power meeting, but it was stopped by the Medicine Valley. Look at the main and edition V Chapter 1, in their own area, the Medicine Valley wouldn't allow the Qingshui sect to do that. If the Qingshui sect directly interacted with the Golden Flame sect, it would be like a nail being hammered in the heart of the Medicine Valley. Therefore, the relationship between the two parties was quite tense. Due to the strength of the Medicine Valley and the inheritance of alchemy in the Medicine Valley, the Qingshui sect didn't dare to act recklessly because many powerful practitioners and sects had a good relationship with the Medicine Valley. After arriving at the Qingshui Marsh, Night Sorrow and Tianyu rested for a night. The next day, they began to look for the golden silk leopard. The adult golden silk leopard was at the 3rd level. Its blood was very precious. Even if it wasn't used for alchemy, its blood could be used to strengthen the muscles and bones by soaking the body with medicinal herbs. The golden silk leopard was also very rare. Otherwise, Night Sorrow wouldn't have traveled nearly 30,000 miles to Qingshui Marsh. The Qingshui Marsh covered an area of 3,000 to 4,000 miles. There were swamps and ponds among the trees and in the valley. There were also many poisonous snakes and insects, so it was very dangerous. Tianyu couldn't adapt to flying at a slow speed. Night Sorrow let Tianyu hover in the air while he walked among the ancient trees. When he was tired, he drank some wine and rested for a while. After that, Night Sorrow continued his search. 2 days passed. Night Sorrow killed many demonic beasts and found many rare medicinal herbs. However, he still didn't find any golden silk leopards. Although he didn't find any, Night Sorrow didn't lose his confidence. He knew that the information from Tianji Tower was absolutely accurate. If they said that there were golden silk leopards here, then there must be one. On the 3rd day, they still couldn't find any. Night Sorrow hunted a brown bear and cooked it for Tianyu. After Tianyu finished eating, Night Sorrow brought him to drink some water. Suddenly, Tianyu flapped his wings and turned to look in another direction. He even let out a cry at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow's body tensed up. He felt a dangerous aura. It was just an intuition. Following Tianyu's gaze, Night Sorrow found the source of the danger. 2 golden silk leopards appeared in his field of vision. Night Sorrow couldn't see the cultivation level of the golden silk leopards. However, he knew that they weren't simple. The golden silk leopards were much bigger than ordinary leopards. Even a tamed lion wouldn't be as big as them. Tianyu, help me block one of them. Don't fight them head-on. Pay attention to your safety. If you can't handle it, fly away. Night Sorrow instructed Tianyu. With a stomp of his feet, he rushed to the right. Night Sorrow's stomp contained a force of several thousand jin. The stone under his feet was smashed into pieces. Night Sorrow's body also rushed out. As he rushed forward, Night Sorrow took out his reincarnation spear and aimed it at the head of the golden silk leopard. When Night Sorrow attacked, Tianyu also moved. He spread his wings and soared 3 to 4 zhang into the air. He pounced towards the other golden silk leopard. His 2 sharp claws were his sharp weapons. His target was the head of the golden silk leopard. Seeing Night Sorrow's attack, the golden silk leopard on the right leaped up. It dodged Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear and pounced towards Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow used the dragon leap steps and dodged the attack of the male golden silk leopard. He dodged to the side of the golden silk leopard and swung his arms. The reincarnation spear smashed down. How did he know that the golden silk leopard was male? Because when it pounced, Night Sorrow saw its obvious male characteristics. Night Sorrow still underestimated the golden silk leopard. The golden silk leopard swung its body and easily dodged Night Sorrow's attack. It roared angrily and once again pounced towards Night Sorrow. In its eyes, Night Sorrow's cultivation level of the 2nd level of element gathering tier was insignificant. Seeing Night Sorrow continuously attack it with his spear, the golden silk leopard felt provoked. Night Sorrow used the dragon leap steps and once again dodged the golden silk leopard's attack. However, it was very dangerous this time. The robe on Night Sorrow's shoulder was torn by the male golden silk leopard. This caused Night Sorrow to be extremely shocked. Fortunately, he had practiced the dragon leap steps previously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the golden silk leopard's attack and would have long since become its food. Night Sorrow could still dodge, but his attacks all missed. This golden silk leopard's speed was too fast. Without any other choice, Night Sorrow took out the sky-piercing spear. Chapter 108. The golden silk leopard's speed was too fast. After the first attack, it immediately turned around and attacked again, giving Night Sorrow no chance to attack. After the golden silk leopard attacked again, Night Sorrow rushed in the opposite direction to increase the distance between them. He then turned around and threw out the sky-piercing spear with his left hand. The sky-piercing spear rushed towards the golden silk leopard with a black light. The golden silk leopard paused and roared. Its left front paw slapped towards the sky-piercing spear. Bang! T% positive. W Edition 7 first release. The sky-piercing spear was sent flying by the golden silk leopard's left front paw. It flew for more than 10 zhang and stabbed into an ancient tree. Its tail was shaking non-stop. Similarly, the golden silk leopard's left front paw was also cut by the sky-piercing spear and its bones were shattered. After being injured, the golden silk leopard's speed decreased. The difference between jumping with 3 legs and jumping with 4 legs was huge. It was not as simple as losing 1 leg. It lost its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Night Sorrow jumped up and stabbed the reincarnation spear towards the head of the male golden silk leopard. Roar! With a furious roar, the golden silk leopard's right front paw slapped towards the reincarnation spear. The true chi in Night Sorrow's dantian exploded, and all 36 vibrating forces were poured into the spear. He then continued to stab forward. He did not have the extra energy to watch the battle between Tianyu and the other golden silk leopard. Only by killing this golden silk leopard would he have the chance to help Tianyu. Bang! The golden silk leopard's right front paw slapped onto the reincarnation spear, but it was shaken off. Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear was shaken off by half a foot. Night Sorrow exerted all his strength and continued to stab forward. If he could not stab the head, then he would stab the mouth. Puchi. The reincarnation spear stabbed into the golden silk leopard's upper and lower jaw. Night Sorrow took a step forward and kicked with his left leg, bending the golden silk leopard's right front paw that was supporting its body. He then stomped on the golden silk leopard's front paw and shook his arms. He wanted to use the reincarnation spear to crush the golden silk leopard's mouth. This male golden silk leopard suffered a fatal attack. Its front paws were not strenuous, and its hind legs kicked forward and bent backwards. It tried to escape from Night Sorrow's attack. Yishan's hands moved forcefully, and his left foot stepped firmly on the golden silk leopard's right front paw. The golden silk leopard's body slid, slit, and slid, slit. Spear, 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 spear with the reincarnation spear with the reincarnation spear with the spear. Was penetrated the spear pierced through the body. After its head was pierced, the golden silk leopard stopped moving. Night. Tian Yu's sharp claws gripped the back and neck of another golden silk leopard tightly. She pecked into the mouth of the female golden silk leopard that was trying to bite back, making it unable to close its mouth. Night Sorrow pulled out the reincarnation spear and put the male golden silk leopard's corpse into his storage ring. Once a demonic beast died, its blood would quickly coagulate. Most of the essence in its blood would be lost. Although he couldn't control the coagulation of the blood by putting it into his storage ring, he could delay it for a period of time. Night Sorrow retrieved the sky-piercing spear that was sent flying by the male golden silk leopard. He carried the reincarnation spear and went to Tianyu's side. He waved the reincarnation spear and pierced it into the female golden silk leopard's neck. He then shook the spear twice and cut off the female golden silk leopard's neck tendons. This removed the threat of its mouth to Tianyu. He didn't want to make a big wound and let the blood flow out. Young sect master, come quickly. It's here. The white flying demonic beast is here. A few men walked out of the forest. A middle-aged man walked out of the forest with a few young men. Shortly after, a flying demonic beast appeared and landed. It was a green-winged eagle. It was the same green-winged eagle that Night Sorrow met on his way to Dan Ding City from Red Flame City. Golden silk leopard, haha. It's so easy to get one. A young man wearing a brocade robe floated down from the back of the green-winged eagle. Kid, you have a good life, but your luck isn't that good. I want this golden silk leopard and that flying demonic beast. The young man wearing the brocade robe walked over and stopped 10 meters away from Night Sorrow. The others followed behind him. Who are you people? Night Sorrow could tell that this group of people didn't come with good intentions. They wanted to rob him without asking any questions. Where did this hothead come from? I'm Miao Xiaoyun. You should have heard of me, right? Get out of my way, or I'll break your limbs and make you beg for death. Then, I'll feed you with poisonous snakes and insects for a few days. Miao Xiaoyun pointed at Night Sorrow with a sinister smile on his face. Night Sorrow's mind was spinning rapidly. He was definitely not a match for these people, especially that middle-aged man. It was hard to say how strong he was, but he might be able to compete with his senior brothers and sisters. However, he couldn't run away either. The other party had a flying demonic beast. Night Sorrow didn't know the cultivation level of the green-winged eagle and how fast it was. He didn't know if it was faster than Tianyu. You have to be reasonable. I killed the golden silk leopard. You guys came and tried to rob me. Isn't that unreasonable? Night Sorrow said. He knew that it was useless to reason with these people. He wanted to wait until the golden silk leopard under Tianyu's claws died so that he could keep it. Living things couldn't be kept in storage rings. You're too naive. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the rule of the Greenwater Marsh. This is the rule of the Great Desolate. Do you understand now? Miao Xiaoyun took 2 steps forward and sneered. Night Sorrow took 2 steps back and stood beside Tianyu. He was waiting for an opportunity to put the golden silk leopard into his storage ring. It wasn't that Night Sorrow was greedy. He had no other choice. The myriad Tao scripture required a lot of energy to reach the 3rd stage of the bone-tempering realm from the 2nd stage of the muscle-strengthening realm. The leopard muscle-strengthening pill was the best supplementary pill. Night Sorrow didn't even know if the blood of 2 golden silk leopards was enough. How could he leave one behind? When Night Sorrow retreated to Tianyu's side, Tianyu got off the golden silk leopard's body. The golden silk leopard was already dead. With a wave of his arm, Night Sorrow put the golden silk leopard into his storage ring. Next, he shook his reincarnation spear and charged towards Miao Xiaojun. He knew that Miao Xiaojun was the key. Young sect master, be careful. His blood and qi are very vigorous. The middle-aged man reminded Miao Xiaojun. You don't have to worry about him. Watch how I kill him. Miao Xiaojun waved his left hand behind him, telling the people near him to retreat. Then, he waved his long sword with his right hand and slashed towards Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear. Night Sorrow transferred the energy in his body to the tip of the reincarnation spear. The true qi in his dantian released vibrating energy and transmitted it into the reincarnation spear. He then continued to stab towards Miao Xiaojun. Ding! With a crisp sound, Miao Xiaojun's unprepared weapon was shaken off. Even his arm was shaken off. Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear was also shaken off by 2 qi. Chapter 109. When Night Sorrow shouted, the middle-aged man rushed over and threw a punch at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow didn't have enough time to retreat. He thrust his reincarnation spear to the side and used Jinyu hand. Bang! Night Sorrow was sent flying by the middle-aged man. He felt a sharp pain in his arm. He knew that his right arm was broken and the bones in his hand were also shattered. After landing, Night Sorrow exerted strength from his waist and jumped up. He threw the sky-piercing spear in his left hand towards the green-winged eagle. He then picked up the reincarnation spear and ran forward. The sky-piercing spear quickly flew out and pierced through the green-winged eagle's neck. It then shot into a huge rock far away and shattered it. Night Sorrow was in a hurry and didn't add any vibrations. Otherwise, the green-winged eagle's neck wouldn't have been pierced, but shattered. Night Sorrow's current situation was very critical. A few men rushed towards him. Fortunately, the middle-aged man was carrying Miao Xiaojun and treating his injuries. Night Sorrow relied on dragon leap steps to dodge their attacks and continued to rush forward. Tianyu followed behind Night Sorrow. He spread his wings and glided forward, slapping at the people surrounding Night Sorrow. This was also the main reason why Night Sorrow was able to rush out of the encirclement. With Tianyu's help, Night Sorrow rushed out of the encirclement and rushed towards the pile of rocks. He picked up the sky-piercing spear and inserted it into his waist. He then continued to rush forward. Tianyu, fly. Quick. Tianyu heard Night Sorrow's words and took off with a flap of his wings. Night Sorrow's feet shook and his body rushed into the air. His left hand grabbed onto Tianyu's sharp claws. Hiss. Night Sorrow's waist was pierced by a long sword that was thrown out. Tianyu's claws were also cut by a battle blade. Fortunately, Tianyu successfully took off. Tianyu quickly rose 7 to 8 zhang and avoided the range of the projectile weapons. He used his claws to throw Night Sorrow up. He then lowered his body to catch Night Sorrow and quickly flew away. Ah! Night Sorrow growled. It was too painful. Tianyu's actions were too intense. Night Sorrow's right arm was broken. How could this not be painful? Furthermore, there was a long sword pierced through his waist. Brat, no matter where you run to, Yao Wanli will cut you into 10,000 pieces. The middle-aged man holding Miao Xiaojun roared. At the same time, he carried Miao Xiaojun onto the back of the green-winged eagle and chased after Yishan. The speed of this green-winged eagle was very fast. Its level had already surpassed that of the one Night Sorrow had met before. Fortunately, the speed of this green-winged eagle was almost the same as that of Tianyu. The distance between them was not shortened. Night Sorrow was not worried. He had thought of this before he took off with Tianyu. Therefore, he shot the sky-piercing spear at the green-winged eagle. If it were not for the smooth escape, Night Sorrow's sky-piercing spear could have killed Miao Xiaojun. After 300 to 400 li, the speed of the green-winged eagle decreased. The wound on its neck kept bleeding, which had consumed a lot of its strength. It was useless no matter how much the middle-aged man, Yao Wanli, urged it. Yao Wanli was very angry. He was the protector of the Greenwater sect. This time, he accompanied the young master to gain experience and look for the golden silk leopard. In the process of looking for the golden silk leopard, they saw a flying demonic beast flying in the air. That was Tianyu. Yao Wanli could not chase after him by flying. His flying demonic beast's level was too low to catch up with Tianyu. Besides, the green-winged eagle belonged to Miao Xiaojun. They followed Tianyu's flight path and chased after him, hoping to find Tianyu's nest. The only original version of #L was a pirated version. When Yao Wanli led the disciples of the Greenwater sect to Tianyu, they saw Night Sorrow hunting the golden silk leopard. They thought it was a happy event, but what happened just now happened. Yao Wanli only needed a chance for the green-winged eagle to get close to Tianyu. Then he could fly over. He could fly for a short time with the cultivation of the 4th level of the spirit-severing realm. However, the green-winged eagle used all its speed and even stimulated its life potential, but it was still useless. It watched Tianyu fly away little by little. Seeing the green-winged eagle turn into a black spot and disappear, Night Sorrow breathed a sigh of relief. He moved his left hand to his back and pulled out the long sword stuck in his waist. Night Sorrow was hit by the sword with a strong force. If it were not for Night Sorrow's strong body and the muscles in his waist diverted some of the force, the sword would have pierced through Night Sorrow. Even so, the sword was still stuck in half a foot. Gritting his teeth, Night Sorrow pulled the long sword out of his body little by little. Night Sorrow's face turned pale. The long sword was pulled out against his ribs, which was very painful. Enduring the pain, Night Sorrow took out the wine, washed the wound with one hand strenuously, and applied medicine. After treating the wound on his waist, Night Sorrow checked the injury on his right hand. After checking, Night Sorrow smiled bitterly. All the bones in his hand were shattered, and his forearm was broken into two. It would take some time to recover. After flying for a while, Night Sorrow let Tianyu land. When he escaped, he found that Tianyu's claw was also injured by a war blade. He had to check it and collect the blood of the golden silk leopard. After Tianyu landed, Night Sorrow found that Tianyu's injury was not serious. On his right claw, there was a 3-inch deep and half a foot long wound. At this time, it was not bleeding, but Night Sorrow was very distressed. In Night Sorrow's heart, Tianyu was not a tamed beast, but a partner. A partner that he could rely on in life and death. If it was not for Tianyu today, he would have died. Night Sorrow was very clear about the situation today. Even if he had handed over the golden silk leopard, Miao Xiaojun would not have let him go. This was also the reason why he had been so ruthless. Night Sorrow applied medicine on Tianyu's wound, tore a piece of underwear, and bandaged Tianyu's wound. Then, he fed Tianyu some wine. After that, he took out the golden silk leopard's corpse from his storage ring. The blood of the golden silk leopard's heart was stored in a jade bottle, and the normal blood was stored in 2 jade jars. Then, he added some 3-leaf clover. The 3-leaf clover was a low-grade material that was not useful for alchemy, but it could prevent the blood from coagulating. This was something that Night Sorrow had prepared beforehand. After dealing with Tianyu's injury and the matter of the golden silk leopard's blood, Night Sorrow made a splint for his right hand. Then, he rode Tianyu and took off. Fortunately, Night Sorrow and Tianyu had eaten before the battle, so it was not a problem for them to travel quickly. Knowing that this was the territory of the Green Water sect, Knight Sorrow did not stop to rest at night. He rode Tianyu for thousands of miles and landed to rest at dawn. Tianyu was in good condition after flying for a whole night. His injury had also recovered. This was the strength of a strange beast. Although his arm was inconvenient, Knight Sorrow still made roast meat for Tianyu. Then, he rested for 4 hours before setting off. Knight Sorrow stayed on Tianyu's back and practiced the myriad Tao Bible and the Holy Cauldron scripture. This time, his arm did not recover as quickly as last time. First, his arm was completely broken. Secondly, he did not have the meridian clearing elixir. Fortunately, the myriad Tao Bible had advanced to the muscle strengthening level. The energy kept rushing to his right hand, so it recovered much faster than ordinary people. Because of his injury, he could not fight. Knight Sorrow and Tianyu traveled at full speed, regardless of whether it was day or night. However, Knight Sorrow cared about Tianyu, so he let Tianyu rest when it was almost time. Chapter 110. After entering the courtyard, Knight Sorrow patted Tianyu's body and said, "Go, and have a rest. You've worked hard these days. I'll make something delicious for you in the afternoon." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After chirping at Knight Sorrow, Tianyu glided at a low altitude and went to his usual resting place. "Master, you're back. What happened to your hand?" Little Six, who was strolling in the courtyard, saw Knight Sorrow. "Go and buy some demonic beasts to feed Tianyu later. Buy some meat with more energy and a larger amount. Take these and exchange them for gold notes," Yi Shang said to Little Six. Then, he gave the gold and jewels he had obtained from Huang Jun to Little Six. 13. What happened to you? Who hurt you like this? Yang Lei and Aoi appeared. Yang Lei's face was cold and murderous. Aoi didn't look good either. Knight Sorrow was their youngest junior brother and their favorite. Now that Knight Sorrow was in such a miserable state, how could they not be angry? "Well, there was an accident. It's nothing. Senior sister, who has meridian unblocking elixir?" "Give me 2 first, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. Aoi quickly took out 2 meridian unblocking elixir and gave it to Knight Sorrow. "Tell me, who hurt you like this?" "It's the people from the Qingshui sect. I went to the Qingshui swamp and went to their territory. After I killed the golden silk leopard, they wanted to rob me, so a fight broke out," Yi Shang said as he walked towards the hall. "Green Water sect, I'll help you vent your anger. But you have to report to Master and ask for the person who hurt you." "Do you know the name of the person who hurt you?" Yang Lei's face was still cold. "There's no need to vent your anger. If we go to their door, they won't let it go. I chopped off their young sect master's arm, and then I was punched by someone called Yawanli. My arm was broken," Yi Shan said with a smile. "Yawanli? That bastard, as the Dharma protector of the Qingshui sect, he dared to attack you with his cultivation at stage 4. If I meet him again, I will definitely kill him," Yang Lei said with hatred. "You still have injuries on your lower back?" Aoi sized up Knight Sorrow and found that Knight Sorrow's true chi and blood chi were not flowing smoothly. "Yes, when I was running, I was hit by a sword from behind." Yi Shang touched his back and said with a smile. "Still laughing? Do you know that the opponent is at the spirit severing stage? If you run a little slower, you will die." Yang Lei stretched out her hand and slapped the back of Knight Sorrow's head. "9th junior sister, be gentle. 13 is injured. 13, tell 6th senior sister what happened. How did you escape?" Aoi stopped Yang Lei, who was about to violently teach Knight Sorrow a lesson. Knight Sorrow told her what happened. To be able to kill 2 golden silk leopards and escape from a group led by a rank 4 cultivator, it is indeed rare. A single mistake would have resulted in death. 13, your combat experience is quite good, Qing Ji said. By the way, I haven't told you that I brought you the gallbladder of the black and white python and the green radish grass. The price is 3 of them. I won't give you the energy-gathering pill. But don't worry, we have the energy-gathering pill in stock at Taishan Peak. Yang Lei said. I don't need the energy-gathering pill. I just need the materials. Senior sister, you go ahead. I will heal myself. Night Sorrow said to Yang Lei and Aoi. Aoi nodded to Night Sorrow, go ahead. After Night Sorrow went to the second floor, he took the meridian unblocking pill and began to cultivate. The sooner he recovered, the better. Otherwise, the blood vessels would be blocked. Night Sorrow had been controlling the energy in his body for the past few days. He tried to prevent the blood vessels from being blocked while he healed. The recovery was slow. With the help of the meridian unblocking pill, it would be much better. While Night Sorrow was cultivating, Aoi and Yang Lei were sitting in the hall. Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei heard the noise and came over. Yang Lei told them about Night Sorrow's injury. Then, she looked at Mo Chen, 11, I plan to report to Master first and then go to Qingshui Marsh to kill. 9th junior sister, you can't do that. 13 broke the arm of the young lord of Qingshui sect. We didn't lose anything. If we fight, it will be a full-scale war. Master is still competing with Su Qinbai. It's not a good time to make a big move. Aoi stopped Yang Lei. So, we just put up with it. It's the same as what happened to 12. But 13 is smart and adaptable. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yang Lei still didn't want to put up with it. We have to take revenge. I think we should get through this first. If Taishan Peak starts a full-scale war with Qingshui Marsh, the sect will take action. But it will also affect Master's plan. Mo Chen thought for a while and said. Ya Wanli, I'll skin him sooner or later. Yang Lei said with hatred. You don't have to skin him. Do you think Miao Shui won't let him go if he fails to protect the sect? Aoi sneered. Night Sorrow was meditating and cultivating. He mainly focused on the Myriad Tao Bible to heal his injuries. He cultivated for a day and a night. He didn't walk out of the room until the next morning. His injuries were much better. After all, the meridian unblocking pill was an upper-grade healing medicine. 13, you're out. Is it convenient for you to wash up? Aoi asked when she saw Night Sorrow in the hall. It's okay. I can't use my right hand for now. It's just a small problem. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Yang Lei also came. First, she apologized for not being able to stand up for Night Sorrow immediately. She also explained the reason. 9th senior sister, don't stand up for them. They are the ones who suffered losses. I'll recover in a few days. Night Sorrow shook his head and said. Although Night Sorrow didn't need help, Aoi and Yang Lei still helped Night Sorrow wash up. Then, they went to eat breakfast together. After eating, Night Sorrow went to the martial arts field and took out the golden silk leopard's corpse. Little 6, after skinning them, feed them to Tianyu. Don't. 13, you can't be so wasteful. The golden silk leopard's blood is the most precious, but its bones are also good stuff. Although it can't be refined into an elixir comparable to the dragon bone pill, it can still be refined into a body refining pill. It's also a good elixir that can increase blood qi. It can also be used to brew wine. Aoi quickly stopped Night Sorrow. The body refining pill's effect isn't that good. Night Sorrow only knew about the body refining pill. It wasn't even as good as his blood essence pill. It's still a good elixir. Yang Lei said. Okay. Little 6, take care of these 2 golden silk leopards. Leave the bones for 6th senior sister. The quality of their fur is good. Dry it and put it away. Night Sorrow said to Little 6. Little 6 nodded and went to call for people. A golden silk leopard weighed 1,000 pounds. He couldn't move it by himself. Since they couldn't cultivate, Night Sorrow, Aoi, Yang Lei, Mo Chen, and Chu Lingfei chatted in the garden. You said you got a good weapon. Take it out for us to see. Yang Lei was very interested in the sky-piercing spear in Night Sorrow's mouth. Night Sorrow took out a few sky-piercing spears for everyone to see. Chapter 111. It's not just the blood evil stone. There's also black gold in the middle. Judging from the color and weight, it definitely contains a lot of black gold. Aoi also expressed her opinion. According to the two senior sisters' judgment, there must be sky-black iron in this short spear. Otherwise, the blood evil stone can't be forged into a weapon. The only way is to combine the two. According to the materials we know, the short spear's value is huge. Mo Chen put down the short spear in his hand and said, 13, that blacksmith didn't tell you the truth. First, he said that he had forged weapons in Beishan City's blacksmith pavilion. Although Beishan City is much weaker than Danding City, it is still a grade 3 city. If he was the blacksmith of Beishan City's blacksmith pavilion, many shops would hire him even if his body couldn't take it anymore. He wouldn't be reduced to forging a beast fork in a small town. Aoi said. Even if this is explained by living in seclusion, this weapon isn't something an ordinary person can forge. At the very least, he knows the value of the materials. Which lord would use such precious materials to forge it? The only thing that makes sense is that this weapon is his. The lord he mentioned is himself. Yang Lei also agreed with Aoi's opinion. But I don't know him. How could he give me such precious materials? Night Sorrow clearly remembered that the blacksmith had asked for 200 gold taels. 200 gold taels was nothing in front of these materials. You must hit it off. Maybe he felt that he hit it off with you. There's no other explanation. Yang Lei said with a smile. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and felt that it could only be explained by hitting it off with him. Here, these are the materials you asked for. Yang Lei took out 2 beast skin packages from her storage ring. After opening them, Night Sorrow saw dozens of black and white twin flower pythons' gallbladders and dozens of green radish grass. Thank you for your hard work, senior sister. Night Sorrow said after putting away the materials. You don't have to be so polite with your senior sister. Yang Lei said as she patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that Yang Lei and the others were sincerely looking out for him, so there was no need for formalities. Just as the few of them were chatting, Tang Tian, Chu Ning, and the rest returned. They were all in a sorry state, and there were bloodstains on Jiang Ziming's shoulder. What happened? Yang Lei asked coldly. Following Nangong Dai's explanation, Night Sorrow and the others understood what was going on. When Chu Ning and the others went to accept the mission, they encountered Su Mu and another 9 Peak disciple, and a fight broke out. New 4 fastest FD_fast_. The result of the fight was that Chu Ning and the others were at a disadvantage. In the end, when Nangong Dai and the others were about to fight with their lives on the line, Su Mu directly entered Tianji Tower and did not come out. This bastard. Yang Lei's jade-like hand slapped a corner of the stone table. It's not your fault. Go and clean up. Aoi waved at Chu Ning and the others. When my injuries are healed, I'll go and fight him. Night Sorrow said coldly. 9 Peak had always been targeting Taishan Peak, and their high-level disciples had all been beaten back by Yang Lei and the others. Now, only Su Mu was left. This made Night Sorrow very angry. He knew that this was his responsibility. It was clear that Yu Yangyu had accepted a disciple, and Su Chenbai had also accepted a disciple. The mission to deal with Su Mu was Night Sorrow's. Yang Lei and Aoi did not say anything. They knew that this was Night Sorrow's task, and it was one that he could not avoid. 13. Don't be anxious. There are less than 2 months until the rookie competition. If there's a debt, we'll settle it during the competition, Mo Chen said. 13. Sister Lingfei also thinks that you can do it, Chu Lingfei said. Night Sorrow nodded at them and returned to his loft. If he couldn't cultivate battle skills, then he would cultivate true qi and the myriad Dao's treasured tome. Yang Lei's expression was very ugly. She wanted nothing more than to crush Sumu to death, but it wasn't appropriate. After all, that was bullying. I'll go to Tianji Tower and check out that bastard's cultivation. I'll fight for 13. Mo Chen got up and left. After returning to the second floor, Night Sorrow ate the spirit congealing pill and blood essence pill and began cultivating. He still had the medicinal power of the meridian clearing pill in his body, so he could continue to heal. The meridian clearing pill was a healing pill. It was different from the spirit congealing pill and blood essence pill. It didn't produce pill toxins. This time, Yi Shang cultivated until there was no more medicinal power in his body before he came out. After coming out, Night Sorrow removed the splint on his arm and casually waved it. He felt that his bones were almost healed. In a few days, he could cultivate his spear. After washing up, Night Sorrow went to the practice field to cultivate the mountain suppression hand. 13. What are you doing? Your arm isn't suitable to move right now. Seeing Night Sorrow cultivate, Yang Lei tenderly shouted. Ninth senior sister, although my right hand isn't strenuous, it doesn't affect my left hand's cultivation. It should be done in 2 days. Night Sorrow moved his right arm for Yang Lei to see. Blood qi is still very smooth. Let me check. Yang Lei walked in front of Night Sorrow and grabbed Night Sorrow's right hand to check. After checking, Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow as if she was looking at a monster. Your recovery is too fast. Your bones are basically healed and your veins are unblocked. How many days has it been? It's mainly because of the meridian clearing pill's effect. Night Sorrow smiled and shook his arm. Bullshit, it's not like I haven't been injured before. I've never eaten a meridian clearing pill before. The effect of the meridian clearing pill is very good, but not to this extent. Yang Lei glared at Night Sorrow. Do you have any more meridian clearing pills? Give me a few. Night Sorrow said. He didn't hold back with Yang Lei. They were all fellow disciples. I have 2. You can have them all. I'll go get it later. I'll go get yours for you as well. The sect's restrictions on meridian opening pills are quite strict. Ordinary inner sect disciples get 1 pill a year, elite disciples get 2, and disciples above the human rank get 3. If a human rank disciple wants to get more, they have to deduct other resources. At most, they can get 5 pills. Yang Lei said to Yi Shang. So that's how it is. I didn't think it was precious before. Night Sorrow scratched his head and said. The meridian opening grass is the main ingredient of the meridian opening pill. Only our sect has it. It's cultivated, so of course, it's strictly controlled. If it gets out, it will be very troublesome. Yang Lei said. Which cultivator doesn't get injured? I want to get more in case of accidents. It seems that this idea won't work. Night Sorrow had long wanted to store some healing pills, but after hearing Yang Lei's words, he knew it wouldn't work. Your situation is a bit special. I heard from Master that your treatment is at the heaven level and you have some special privileges. Isn't the Great Elder's token in your hands? Yang Lei reminded Night Sorrow. Chapter 112. Using the Great Elder's token, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Night Sorrow was a bit hesitant. Using someone else's token, to put it bluntly, was like using someone else's authority to intimidate others. You idiot, this is soft power. There are people who support you and acknowledge you. This is a kind of strength. Do you understand? Yang Lei reached out and slapped Yi Chang. All right then. When I return to the sect, I'll have to pay my respects to Master. Night Sorrow said while rubbing the back of his head. Looking at Yi Shang's appearance, Yang Lei smiled. She knew that Yi Shang was proud, but fortunately, he listened to the advice of his senior brothers and sisters. After chatting for a while, Yang Lei, and Night Sorrow agreed to return to the sect tomorrow. Then, Yang Lei left, and Night Sorrow continued to practice the Zhenyu hand. As his Zhenqi cultivation reached the second level of element gathering tier, Night Sorrow could use the Zhenyu hand twice, and still have 20% of his Zhenqi left. This was because his arms were strong enough to withstand a high level of Zhenqi circulation. After using the Zhenyu hand, his palms could still absorb some Zhenqi. After using the Zhenyu hand twice, Night Sorrow thought for a while and used the chant of the Zhenyu hand. He transferred the energy from the Book of 10,000 Tao to his left hand. An energy whirlpool appeared on Night Sorrow's left hand again. What was different from before was that the energy whirlpool had a faint red color. That was blood qi, which was very different from the qi whirlpool formed from Zhen qi. Raising his hand, Night Sorrow slapped the fake mountain next to him. Pang! With a muffled sound, the hard fake mountain was smashed into pieces by Night Sorrow. After slapping, Night Sorrow realized another problem. The faint red energy whirlpool was still there, but it had only used 20% of its energy. Could the energy still support the attack? Night Sorrow was shocked. Before, he had considered using his body's energy to use the Zhenyu hand, but at that time, his body's energy was too weak, so he didn't use it. Now that he could use it, he realized how profound it was. Circulating the energy in his body and replenishing the energy in his hand, Night Sorrow struck again. The second time, the third time, the fourth time. After 4 consecutive strikes, Night Sorrow finally ran out of energy to continue attacking. However, there was still some energy left in his flesh. Each time he used up 20% of his energy, but if he couldn't use the 5th palm strike, it would drain all of his energy. Night Sorrow couldn't do it yet, so it wouldn't do him any good. After pondering for a while, Night Sorrow discovered the reason behind it. Most of his Zhenqi had been scattered by the shockwave. However, the energy in his body was highly condensed and would not disperse easily. It was as if it was more viscous than Zhenqi. This unexpected reward made Night Sorrow extremely happy. Being able to use 6 Zhenyu palms in a row was definitely a trump card. After calming down, Night Sorrow went to meditate and cultivate. At this time, his body and Dantian were both empty of energy. After Night Sorrow left, Little Six came in. Looking at the tattered fake mountain, he sighed, "This is really..." Sigh. His heart ached. This repair would cost a lot of money, but he had a lot of gold notes in his hands. Little Six had exchanged all of the gold and jewels that Night Sorrow had brought back for gold notes. There were over 100,000 in total, and Night Sorrow had left half for him. After cultivating for an entire night, Night Sorrow woke up early. He did some simple punching. His right arm had almost recovered, but he didn't dare to do any strenuous exercise. After eating, he and Yang Lei rode the Blue Condor and Tianyu towards Dan Ding Mountain. After evolving, Tianyu's speed had increased by a lot. He was now on par with the Blue Condor. The speed of an early Tier 3 Blue Condor and a peak Tier 3 Blue Condor are about the same. 13. Your Tianyu really isn't simple. Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow as she sat on the Blue Condor's back. I wonder when he'll reach adulthood. Night Sorrow looked at Tianyu and said. Demonic beasts are all tiered when they reach adulthood. For example, the Blue Condor is Tier 3 when it reaches adulthood. It can reach the peak of Tier 3, but it's very difficult to advance. It requires luck. The Golden Silk Leopard is also Tier 3 when it reaches adulthood. Tianyu's Tier 3 is still in the growth stage. This means that he'll be at least Tier 4 when he reaches adulthood. The more talented a demonic beast is, the longer its growth stage. Yang Lei analyzed to Night Sorrow. Yi Shang nodded. He hoped that Tianyu would continue to grow and stay in the growth phase. Half a day later, the two returned to Danding Peak. They did not go directly to the Merit Hall, but instead returned to Taishian Peak. At Repose Cliff, Night Sorrow and Yang Lei did not see Yu Yangyu. When they returned to Taishian Peak, they found out that Gong Xian was in seclusion. Yu Yangyu was worried and went to Bamboo Forest Peak. #authentic first release at Gong Xian's residence on Bamboo Forest Peak. Night Sorrow and Yang Lei saw Yu Yangyu and Gong Xian drinking. Old 9:13, you guys came back at the right time. I just came out of seclusion. Gong Xian said with a smile. Greetings, Master. Congratulations, senior apprentice brother. Yang Lei bowed to Yu Yangyu, then congratulated Gong Xian. Yu Yangyu smiled and nodded. Gong Xian stood up happily. Thank you, junior apprentice sister. I just came out of seclusion by luck. Disciple greets master. Congratulations, senior apprentice brother. Night Sorrow understood that Gong Xian had also entered the 5th stage. Both of you, have a seat. 13, you're injured. When Night Sorrow was about to sit down, Yu Yangyu frowned and asked. Master, 3rd junior apprentice brother, Master, disciple accidentally broke my arm when I went to hunt a golden silk leopard. I'm fine now. Night Sorrow interrupted Yang Lei's words. He was worried that Yang Lei's impulsive personality would directly spill the beans. If that happened, Yu Yangyu would definitely be angry. He couldn't lie to Yu Yangyu, so Night Sorrow only told part of the story. That golden silk leopard was at least a 3rd stage cultivation. How could you have provoked it? Old 9, how did you keep an eye on him? Yu Yangyu glared at Yang Lei. Master, 13th junior brother has done a lot of missions. He has even done a bronze mission. He has killed quite a few peak stage 2 cultivators. That was why I let my guard down. I know my mistake, Yang Lei said softly. Master, this was disciple's idea. It's not 9th senior apprentice sister's fault. Night Sorrow hurriedly explained. He didn't want Yang Lei to be reprimanded because of him. Be careful in the future. Sit down and drink some tea. 13's cultivation is solid, and the blood qi in his body is getting stronger. How's your cultivation of the mountain crushing palm? Yu Yangyu waved his hand to let Night Sorrow and Yang Lei sit down, then asked. It's good. I can use it against enemies now. Night Sorrow nodded. That's good. Why did you come back this time? Yu Yangyu took a sip of tea and asked. Disciple often trains, so injuries are inevitable. I wanted to go to the merit hall to get a meridian clearing pill. Senior apprentice sister said that I can only get 3 pills. Disciple doesn't have any merit points, so I can only use the Great Elder's token to ask for help. Night Sorrow nodded. There's no need for that. Master has a meridian clearing pill and muscle revitalization ointment. You don't have any merit points now, and even if you do have merit points, you can't use them recklessly. When you go to Danding Cliff to cultivate, you need to use them there. Yu Yangyu took out 2 bottles of pills and gave them to Night Sorrow. Chapter 113. Master, you are biased. You never gave us any before, Yang Lei whispered. Ha! Then if I don't give 13 any pills, shouldn't you think of a way to help him? In the end, aren't you the ones who have to suffer? Besides, 13 is the youngest and is my last disciple. Giving him 2 more bottles of pills shouldn't be a big deal, right? Yu Yangyu said with a smile. 9th junior sister, I'm still not satisfied. Master taught you heaven covering hand, but not me. Gong Xian looked at Yang Lei and said. Eldest senior brother, you are wrong. That's because I can cultivate. If you can cultivate, Master will definitely teach you. Yang Lei said with a pair of beautiful eyes. Yes, it's because it's suitable and necessary. 13 is the same. He needs the meridian clearing pill because he often goes out to gain experience. We rarely go out to gain experience before we reach the 3rd rank, right? Gong Xian said. What he meant was that Yu Yangyu arranged everything according to the needs of his disciples. Giving Night Sorrow the pills was also because he needed them. Unreasonable. Yang Lei despised Gong Xian. Knight Sorrow found that Yu Yangyu was very easygoing with his disciples unless he was angry. The two of you who have the most hope of breaking through have already broken through. Master will also go into seclusion to cultivate heaven-covering hand. Yu Yangyu said. Master, you haven't finished cultivating heaven-covering hand? Knight Sorrow asked with some surprise. U0N Yu Yangyu shook his head and explained to Knight Sorrow. After explaining, Knight Sorrow found out that Yu Yangyu's heaven-covering hand had reached the 5th realm. Heaven-covering hand had 6 realms: mountain-suppressing hand, diamond hand, cloud-turning hand, essence-destroying hand, earth-shaking hand, and heaven-covering hand. Yu Yangyu had reached the 5th stage of covering heaven hand, the earth-shaking hand. However, he was stuck because of a problem with the inheritance. The covering heaven hand that Knight Sorrow had found was the complete version, which solved this problem. Master, are you not going to watch the sect competition? Yang Lei asked. See? Wait till the sect sparring competition is over before you go into seclusion to meditate. This seclusion isn't going to take that long anyway. Yu Yangyu spoke up. Gong Xian asked if Knight Sorrow would be participating in the sect competition. He was worried that Knight Sorrow would be defeated by Su Mu. Knight Sorrow's answer was resolute and decisive. He wanted to participate. 13. Are you going to stay at Taishian Peak to cultivate, or are you going to Longquan Courtyard? Yu Yangyu looked at Knight Sorrow and asked. After pondering for a moment, Knight Sorrow decided to go to Longquan Courtyard. It would be easier to enter a meditative state there. Yang Lei then reported on the recent conflicts between Taishian Peak and the other peaks. Most importantly, she mentioned that Su Mu specifically targeted the new disciples of Taishian Peak. He's just a brat. Let him jump around. After suffering a loss, he'll be obedient. Don't bother with him. Old 9, you take 13 with you. After hearing Yang Lei's words, Yu Yangyu didn't mind. At his level, there were very few things that could truly attract his attention. Knight Sorrow and Yang Lei bowed and left Bamboo Forest Peak. Yang Lei wanted to get Knight Sorrow to change his identity token, but Knight Sorrow refused. Knight Sorrow had the black identity token of a second-generation disciple, but he also had the treatment of a heaven-ranked disciple. He could now change to a black identity token with a rank symbol, but Knight Sorrow didn't plan to change. He knew that the heaven-ranked disciple identity token didn't live up to its name. As for the resources, the Merit Hall had records that it was given out according to the heaven-ranked disciple's status. After leaving Taishian Peak, the two went to Danding City to buy some daily necessities. Yang Lei also helped Knight Sorrow pick out a few robes. When passing by Tianji Tower, Knight Sorrow stopped in his tracks. Once upon a time, there would always be a woman warmly receiving him when he came here. Once upon a time, there would always be a woman sending him off when he came here. Knight Sorrow's mind was filled with the image of Sikong Chuyu. He didn't know how Sikong Chuyu was doing now, or if he had escaped from trouble. 13. Sikong will be fine. She will definitely be waiting for you at Yunwu Mountain, Yang Lei said softly. Of course, she knew what Knight Sorrow was thinking. Knight Sorrow and Yang Lei nodded and left. They didn't know that on the top floor of Tianji Tower, a man in a black robe was looking at Knight Sorrow. Behind him stood Enforcer Dong. Sir, this is Knight Sorrow, Enforcer Dong reported. Early stage of the elemental gathering realm, exterminating 2 bandit groups, both of which were peak stage elemental gathering realm bandit leaders. Not bad. You said he took the information of the golden silk leopard and left? Was he alone? The black-robed man asked. Yes, I'm sure of that, Enforcer Dong said. Good. Send the White Feather Command to Qingshui City and ask the people of the Qingshui City branch to investigate whether the golden silk leopard was killed or not. Also, check his achievements in the Medicine Valley sect competition, the black-robed man said. I'll do it well, Enforcer Dong replied. If you can confirm these 2 things, promote him to a purple concern. Before you can confirm it, don't interfere with the people behind you. The black-robed man turned around and looked at Enforcer Dong. His voice was a little cold. He was wearing a bronze mask with a white orchid pattern under it. Enforcer Dong nodded. He knew that this man had a strong background. He was a direct subordinate of the higher-ups of Tianji Tower, which meant that he was the real core person of Tianji Tower. The black-robed man left after giving his orders. Enforcer Dong wiped his sweat. He was under a lot of pressure just now. He was a little puzzled. Tianji Tower investigated the objects with red concern. It was an outsider with a higher level. This time, it was a direct subordinate of Tianji Tower, which was very strange. At the beginning, Enforcer Dong raised Knight Soro's attention level under the instructions of Sikong Chuyu. In fact, it was for the sake of the Sikong family. Ordinary red concern of Tianji Tower was not in their eyes. It was just that the people who came down to investigate didn't pay much attention to them. If the Celestial Terminus Tower hadn't taken a liking to Yi Shang, then the Sikong clan would have been able to recruit him. But now, no matter which faction it was, even the members of the Eastern Xian region Celestial Terminus Tower headquarters couldn't touch Yi Shang. Thinking of this, Enforcer Dong quickly sent a letter with a white feather symbol to Qingshui City. After returning to Longquan Courtyard, he took the Spirit Congealing Pill, Blood Essence Pill, and Meridian Opening Pill and began to cultivate. Normally, Knight Sorrow would take a Meridian Opening Pill, which could completely support him until he recovered. However, Knight Sorrow was anxious. There were less than 2 months before the sect competition, so he had to make the best use of his time to cultivate. Knight Sorrow had a plan. He would take the Origin Strengthening Pill when he was in the 3rd level of Element Gathering Realm and raise his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level. Then, he would raise his cultivation to the 4th level of Element Gathering Realm before the sect competition. Only then would he have the ability to fight against Sumu. Chapter 114. Knight Sorrow was still some distance away from the peak of the 2nd level of Element Gathering Tier. Even if he reached the bottleneck of the 2nd level, he still needed time to stabilize his cultivation and prepare to break through. After breaking through, he still needed to stabilize his cultivation before he could take another Origin Strengthening Pill, so time was very tight for Knight Sorrow. While Knight Sorrow was cultivating, Yang Lei, Aoi, Mo Chen, and Chu Lingfei held a banquet. Gong Xian and Yang Lei had both reached the 5th level. This was something worth celebrating. No other peak had such a situation. Where's 13? Where did he go? Why isn't he drinking? Mo Chen looked around, looking for Knight Sorrow. Do you even need to ask? He's cultivating in his room. He's a cultivation maniac, Yang Lei said. Because of Su Mu's appearance, 13 is under a lot of pressure. He hasn't been able to rest for the past few months. My heart aches for him, Aoi said with a sigh. That Su Mu is too hateful. He's just like his master. How did the Medicine Valley produce such a person? Yang Lei clenched her fists and said hatefully. 9th senior sister, didn't Taishian Peak produce some amazing people as well? You and senior brother Gong have both reached the 5th level. This is something no other peak has achieved. Junior brother Knight Sorrow's future is also limitless, Chu Lingfei said with a smile. Hey, why don't you mention me? Mo Chen asked. Senior brother Gong and 9th senior sister have both reached the 5th level. We'll talk about it when you reach the 5th level. Chu Lingfei glanced at Mo Chen and said. 11. Everyone knows that you've delayed your cultivation because of 12, but you have to catch up quickly, Aoi said as she patted Mo Chen's shoulder. I will, 6th senior sister. Mo Chen nodded. He had been working hard to stabilize his cultivation recently, planning to break through to the 4th level. Us brothers and sisters are all good people. Just work hard and cultivate. Even if you don't have any cultivation, you are still my good 11th brother. Yang Lei raised her wine cup to Mo Chen. Thank you, 9th senior sister. Mo Chen turned his head and wiped the corners of his eyes. I still miss Guan Yi. After Mo Chen finished speaking, Yang Lei and Aoi lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They were the same. Mo Chen, Guan Yu will be proud to have brothers and sisters like you. Let's drink. Chu Lingfei patted Mo Chen's shoulder. Lingfei, I'm sorry for making you wait for me for more than 10 years, Mo Chen said. It hasn't been easy for you all these years. Don't think too much about it. I understand. Chu Lingfei nodded, tears in her eyes. Meeting you is my fortune. Let me toast you. Mo Chen nodded at Chu Lingfei. Ninth junior sister, isn't it shameless to show off your love? Aoi looked at Yang Lei and asked. Yes, extremely shameless. Yang Lei nodded in agreement with Aoi. Senior sisters, don't make fun of us. Let me pour you some wine, Chu Lingfei said with a red face. The four of them drank happily because they were all very happy. After cultivating for 2 days, Night Sorrow came out of seclusion. After coming out, Night Sorrow wanted to practice with Yang Lei. Before the practice, Aoi carefully checked Night Sorrow's right arm. She only agreed when she was sure it had recovered. 13. Your arm is injured. Control the strength of your attack, Yang Lei reminded Night Sorrow. Hair. Night Sorrow nodded and began to attack. This time, Yang Lei didn't take the initiative to attack. She only defended passively and let Night Sorrow feel the strength of her attack. She was afraid that if she attacked forcefully, Night Sorrow's right arm wouldn't be able to hold on. Night Sorrow used his right hand to perform the reincarnation spear technique and practiced with Yang Lei. Because Yang Lei didn't take the initiative to attack, Night Sorrow lasted longer. He lasted for an hour. After an hour, Night Sorrow dragged his tired body and left. He's even more ferocious than demonic beasts. When he came back, the bones in his arm had just healed. How long has it been since then? He can already fight at such a high intensity, Yang Lei said with some emotion. Ha, you're right. Aoi said with a smile. She agreed with Yang Lei's point of view. 11. Do you want to spar with 13 tomorrow? Yang Lei, who had put away her black sword, wiped the sweat on her forehead and said. Me? That's fine too. I'll treat it as cultivation. I've seen Su Mu. He's in the early stage of the 7th level of element gathering tier. If he uses an origin increasing pill, he can reach the peak of the 7th level of element gathering tier or the early stage of the 8th level of element gathering tier before the sect competition. Nine Peak is full of bastards. When Beast Baby entered, he was in the early stage of the 5th level of element gathering tier. He's already in the 7th level of element gathering tier. This means that he's already taken an origin increasing pill, Yang Lei scolded angrily. I've also asked around. This guy is naturally gifted. He has copper skin and iron bones. Taking pills like the origin increasing pill won't cause much harm to his body, Mo Chen told her what he knew. I still believe in 13. 13 will definitely be able to take care of him, Aoi said. After cultivating for 2 days, Night Sorrow's opponent changed. It was Mo Chen. This time, Night Sorrow lasted a little longer. This was mainly because Mo Chen's true chi was not as strong as Yang Lei's. Night Sorrow left the martial arts practice field. Mo Chen sat down on a chair and panted heavily. Ninth senior sister, he's going to kill someone. I've never fought for such a long time. That's why you have to cultivate this too. This is called toughness, Yang Lei said with a smile. Alright. I originally planned to return to the sect and cultivate at Danding Cliff. That's not bad. I'll settle down for a while and then break through, Mo Chen said. Mo Chen, haven't you thought about taking first place on the alchemy rankings? In the Medicine Valley, the origin rankings, alchemy rankings, and heaven rankings were symbols of glory. They were the pride of the disciples of the same level. All these years, Mo Chen had been chasing after Luo Sihai, so he didn't try to challenge the alchemy rankings. Now, the first place on the alchemy rankings was Tianyue Peak's Lin Tianjue. It's nothing. They're all third-generation disciples. I'm a second-generation disciple. Why should I compete with them? Mo Chin said with a smile. He didn't really care about the rankings. Lin Tianjue is older than you. He entered the sect around the same time as you. I think he was 2 years earlier than you. Why can't you go? I can't stand the way the Tianyue Peak disciples are. My brother's son, my nephew, was defeated by Lin Tianjue, Chu Lingfei said. It's inevitable to win or lose in a competition. You have to persuade your nephew to take it easy, Mo Chin said with a smile. You're right. There are always winners and losers in a battle. However, he shouldn't have insulted others. After Chu Yuan, my nephew, fell to the ground, he lost his ability to fight. He even kicked him and called him trash. Is he even human? I'll challenge him in the sect tournament, although I'm not confident, Chu Lingfei said. Chapter 115. Okay. Since you all don't like him, then I'll go and teach him a lesson. But you all have to remember to cultivate your character. It's useless to fight. Mo Chin said with a smile. Go to hell. Aoi took a pear on the table and threw it at Mo Chin. Sixth senior sister, don't be angry. Mo Chin jumped and said with a smile. Who can fight more fiercely than you? You chased someone and made Ling Fei wait for more than 10 years, and you still have the nerve to talk about us. Yang Lei also looked at Mo Chin with disdain. Chu Lingfei didn't speak. She had discovered that the disciples of Tai Xian Peak were quite ruthless. This wasn't just a matter of being ruthless in battle. Mo Chin had chased after Luo Sihai for over 10 years. This was a matter of being ruthless to himself. In order to vent for Aoi, Gong Xian forced Chu Lingshao to not participate in the sect competition. Yang Lei was ruthless to the opponents who dared to bully the disciples of Taixian Peak. This was a ruthless attitude. Now Night Sorrow was cultivating day and night. This was a kind of persistence. Lingfei, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed? Mo Chin waved his hand in front of Lingfei's eyes. It's nothing, Chu Lingfei said. I just feel that the atmosphere between the fellow disciples on Taixian Peak is very good. You can communicate with each other as you please. In the other peaks, the senior brothers and sisters all have stern faces, and the junior brothers and sisters are always trembling in front of them. Yang Lei and Aoi both smiled. They were very proud of this. They thanked Yang Yu for giving them such an environment, and also thanked Gong Xian for setting an example for them. Mo Chin, that Lin Tianjue is now known to be invincible in the core condensation realm. You have to be prepared. Don't fail. Most see newbie, chapter section G, KB, then let's see how powerful his invincible core condensation is. Mo Chin said with a smile. He didn't care about Lin Tianjue's so-called invincible core condensation at all. When Mo Chin was chasing after Luo Sihai had hired assassins to deal with Mo Chin. Not to mention peak third-order assassins, Mo Chin had already killed several early fourth-order assassins. He was confident that he could enter the fourth order at any time, he just wanted to consolidate his strength here. While they were drinking and chatting, Night Sorrow came out and went straight to the garden. 11th senior brother, can we start now? Mo Chin rubbed his face, stood up, and walked towards the training field. Seeing that Mo Chin was ready, Night Sorrow brandished his spear and started attacking. Today, let's play something exciting. I will use my cultivation of the peak of the second step to fight with you. You should also use your full strength. Mo Chin waved the long sword in his hand and shook off Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear. He began his counterattack. Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear swept and blocked Mo Chin's attack path. However, when Night Sorrow turned his spear back to intercept, Mo Chin's body flashed and changed his direction. He knew that the shock force on Night Sorrow's weapon was difficult to deal with. Even if he used his cultivation of the peak of the second step, he wouldn't be at an advantage. Seeing that Mo Chen didn't want to fight him head-on and used skills to fight, Knight Sorrow used the dragon leap steps under his feet and relied on his body to attack Mo Chen. The shock force in the reincarnation spear was reduced to 9. Under the situation where they didn't collide, it was completely unnecessary to maintain 36 shock force. The sound of weapons colliding couldn't be heard. The two figures drew circles and intertwined back and forth, constantly attacking each other. Both of them are fighting very intelligently. 11 has a lot of battle experience and knows that his true chi at the peak of the second step won't be able to suppress 13, so he uses battle skills. However, 13's battle instincts are a bit too strong, Aoi said as she watched the two people fighting. This is a battle talent, an innate battle talent. He knows how to adapt to the situation. It's like he knows how to compete in body movement. His body movement isn't as fast as 11's, but he won't be at a disadvantage if he fights head-on. So he uses big moves to block. Yang Lei said. This spear technique is fast and fierce, and there's also this shock force. Junior brother Knight Sorrow has really practiced it to perfection, Chu Lingfei said. Aoi nodded. She also agreed with this point. Knight Sorrow didn't have enough true chi, but the essence of this spear technique was perfectly displayed. There was also the additional shock force. This was something that ordinary people couldn't do no matter how hard they tried. Knight Sorrow and Mo Chen's battlefield kept changing. Mo Chen also became serious, because he couldn't suppress Knight Sorrow with his true chi at the peak of element gathering tier. This made him very surprised. His attacks became faster and faster, using his battle experience to control the situation. Feeling Mo Chen's attacks becoming faster and faster, Knight Sorrow's movement speed also began to increase. Otherwise, he would only be able to passively take a beating. 11 can't get the upper hand, this is really. Aoi said, shaking her head. 13's strength is very strong. If you attack me, I'll fight you to the death. Although it's a bit shameless, it's also the best way. 11 is using his true chi at the element gathering tier, so he really can't do anything to him. Yang Lei said with a smile. She knew how strong Knight Sorrow was, so she understood that Mo Chen using his true chi at the element gathering tier wouldn't be able to do anything to Knight Sorrow. However, Knight Sorrow also couldn't do anything to Mo Chen. The difference in their natures was too great. After all, Knight Sorrow was only at the second level of element gathering tier. After fighting for an hour, Knight Sorrow's true chi was almost exhausted. 13, I'm using the power of the peak of element gathering tier to fight you. I'll use up a lot of true chi, so I won't drag this battle out any longer. Take this, 6 consecutive cloud-piercing strikes. Mo Chen retreated abruptly, leaving behind an afterimage. His long sword stabbed towards Yishan. Too fast. Knight Sorrow didn't have enough time to block with his reincarnation spear. He could only raise his left hand, circulate the energy in his body, and use Xinyu hand to meet Mo Chen's long sword. Pang! With a muffled sound, Mo Chen was pushed back by Knight Sorrow. After retreating 10 meters, Mo Chen's right foot tapped the ground, and he once again charged towards Knight Sorrow. Second strike. Knight Sorrow waved his reincarnation spear to block, but once again, he blocked nothing. Mo Chen's body unreasonably changed direction to attack. This was because the Piercing Cloud's 6 consecutive strikes was supported by the Piercing Cloud movement technique, which was full of flexibility and strangeness. Knight Sorrow's feet shook, and he retreated a step. He raised his left hand and used Xinyu hand again. Mo Chen's long sword was bent by Knight Sorrow's palm, and his body was once again pushed back. Cloud-piercing third strike. Mo Chen, who had been sent flying, kicked a tree and shot back. 6th senior sister, 9th senior sister, quickly stop him. If this continues, something bad will happen. Chu Lingfei was a bit anxious. She was worried that Mo Chen would hurt Knight Sorrow. The battle was too intense now. Don't worry, 11 is using his true chi at the peak stage of element gathering tier. He can control it at a critical moment. Qing Ji shook her head. She knew that Mo Chen's cultivation level was at the peak of the core condensation realm. If he fought with his cultivation level at the peak of the essence gathering realm, he would be able to control his strength as he wished. He wouldn't actually hurt Yishang. Again. Night Sorrow, who missed again, used Jinyu hand again to push Mo Chen back. However, the blue stone under his feet also shattered. Night Sorrow didn't need to shout. Mo Chen, who was pushed back, flipped his body in the air and attacked Night Sorrow again. This time, Night Sorrow didn't use his spear to block, because he couldn't block it. He directly raised his left hand and once again slapped towards Mo Chen's long sword. At this moment, he could only meet it head-on. Bang! Chapter 116. After fighting for an hour, using Jinyu hand 4 times was Night Sorrow's limit. His body and true chi were almost depleted, so he didn't dare to let Mo Chen use 5 consecutive strikes. Mo Chen raised his sword and blocked Night Sorrow's spear. The two of them were in a deadlock. 13. Do you still have true chi? If I'm at the peak stage of element gathering realm, my true chi should be almost depleted. Are you sure you can do it? Mo Chen blocked Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear and said with a smile. I can't. This is the last strike. After saying this, Night Sorrow sat down on the ground. After using the 4th Jinyu hand, the energy in his body was almost depleted, and his legs were weak. Aoi held 2 cups of tea and handed one to Mo Chen and the other to Night Sorrow. After drinking the tea, Night Sorrow bowed to his senior sister and senior brother. He dragged his reincarnation spear and left. Once his energy was depleted, he would have to cultivate. Not bad. I'm so tired that I'm covered in sweat. 13 has no problem fighting against someone in the late stage of element gathering realm. Mo Chen wiped his sweat and said. 9th junior sister, hey. 9th junior sister, what are you thinking about? Aoi said. Didn't you guys see? He used Jinyu hand 4 times in a row. How is this possible? When I first started cultivating, I could only use one move. Yang Lei said frantically. At this time, Aoi and Mo Chen finally remembered. They didn't cultivate heaven covering hand, so they didn't notice. This bastard. After fighting for an hour, he could still use Jinyu hand 4 times. This is heaven defying. Yang Lei paced back and forth as she pondered. Aoi and Mo Chen didn't utter a word. The two of them were also thinking. 9th senior sister, I used my sword just now. If it was a fist or a palm, I would be at a disadvantage, right? Mo Chen asked after thinking for a while. That's right. Because the speed of your piercing cloud's 6 consecutive strikes was very fast, you weren't able to take the full brunt of his Jinyu hand's attack. If it had been a clash of fists and palms, then the one who wouldn't have been able to withstand it would have been you who had used your element gathering tier cultivation. Yang Lei nodded. 9th senior sister, do you have the urge to hang 13 up and interrogate him? Mo Chen said with a smile. That's not necessarily the case. I'm only happy that 13 is outstanding. This is his path, not mine. Yang Lei shook her head. After cultivating for 2 days, Night Sorrow came out. He didn't even eat when he came out. Instead, he went straight to Mo Chen to continue sparring. Go wash up and eat something. Your hair is a mess. You look like a lunatic, Aoi complained when she saw Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow wanted to fight Mo Chen immediately, but he had to listen to Aoi. He went to wash up and then went to the practice field. OC Original Version 6, F. When he arrived at the practice field, Night Sorrow took out a sky-piercing spear and pinned it to his waist. 13, you can't do this. You can't throw this away when we're sparring. You'll lose your life. Seeing the sky-piercing spear at Night Sorrow's waist, Emo-chan was so scared that he took a step back. I don't plan to throw it away. I only have 2 hands. The reincarnation spear in my right hand can't defend against you. I can use a short spear with my left hand. Night Sorrow looked at the sky-piercing spear at his waist and said, Fine. If you dare to throw it away, then I won't play with you anymore. Emo-chan waved his long sword and began to attack. Night Sorrow held the reincarnation spear with both hands and attacked wildly, not allowing Emo-chan to get close to him. If he didn't defend and let Emo-chan get close, Night Sorrow would let go of the reincarnation spear in his left hand and grab the sky-piercing spear to stab fiercely. This kind of attacking method gave Emo-chan a headache. He shouldn't get close. The long sword didn't have any power, but if he got close, Night Sorrow's short spear in his left hand would not only randomly stab, but also have an extraordinary strength. There was also a shock force on it, making it very difficult for him to defend. His long sword was easily shaken away. Aoi covered her mouth and laughed. 11 is too sullen. Hee, this kind of sparring is simply torture. That's right. After just one battle, 13 already has a targeted tactic. If it wasn't for the fact that 13's true chi at the peak stage of element gathering realm is much stronger than his, this sparring wouldn't have been able to continue. Yang Lei also said. Night Sorrow's left hand and right hand were 2 extremes. His right hand was wide open and firm, while his left hand was incomparably smooth. If you dare to get close, I'll randomly stab you with my short spear. 6th senior sister, 9th senior sister, 13th's method is too shameless. After fighting for a while, Emo-chan sullenly began to shout. Emo-chan couldn't be blamed for this. He had to suppress his cultivation. With his cultivation at the peak stage of element gathering realm, he couldn't completely suppress Night Sorrow. If he attacked forcefully, he would be shaken away by Night Sorrow's shock force. If he got close, he would have to face the attacks of Night Sorrow's short spear. He also couldn't directly use the 6 consecutive cloud-piercing strikes. That would lose the meaning of sparring. Hearing Emo-chan's shout, Night Sorrow took a few steps back. This won't do. Then I won't use my short spear. After saying this, Night Sorrow put away his short spear. Why not use it? Aoi asked. 11th senior brother doesn't like it. Night Sorrow looked at Aoi and said. His thoughts were very simple. This was sparring. If Emo-chan didn't like it, then he wouldn't use it. 13, do you know? The more the opponent hates the tactic, the more effective it is. You have the short spear, so your 11th senior brother won't be able to attack. This is the most effective tactic. Sparring should be like this. Yang Lei corrected Night Sorrow's thoughts. Then 11th senior brother, shall we continue? Night Sorrow once again put his short spear back into his waist and said to Emo-chan. Continue. I can't do anything to you, but what can you do to me? Emo-chan said as he waved his long sword. This time, Night Sorrow attacked first. After attacking, Night Sorrow seemed like a completely different person. He held his reincarnation spear in both hands and continuously stabbed, smashed, and flicked. Emo-chan relied on his body movement to dodge. Occasionally, he would attack with his sword, forcing Night Sorrow to defend himself. He would only occasionally counterattack. If he counterattacked continuously, Night Sorrow would use his short spear to stab him when he got close. Neither of them could do anything to the other. After fighting for an hour, the 2 of them stopped. Both of them had used up most of their cultivation. Emo-chan's cultivation was at the peak stage of element gathering realm. There's not much point in sparring like this. 13, your cultivation is too low, so you can't keep up with your 11th senior brother's pace. You should hurry up and increase your cultivation, Yang Lei said. I know. I'll go into seclusion in 2 days. When Night Sorrow was cultivating last night, he felt that he couldn't refine the energy to increase his cultivation. This was a sign that he had reached the peak stage of the second level of element gathering realm. Don't just focus on cultivating. Sometimes, it's good to relax a little. Go wash up, then ask Hai Luo to prepare some dishes. Roast some meat, and ask your sixth senior sister to prepare some good wine. Let's have a drink, Yang Lei said. Okay, I'll come later. Night Sorrow nodded and left. Ever since I had 13, my wine reserves have suffered. Fortunately, I brewed some wine a few years ago and stored it in the cellar. Otherwise, it would have been squeezed dry by you guys, Aoi said with a smile. Chapter 117. It won't be long. This time, other than the battle between 13 and Sumu, Chu Ning and the others won't be ranked low. Aoi said. Although Chu Ning and the others were not as eye-catching as Night Sorrow, they were still much stronger than the outer disciples of the other peaks. This time, it's not just the competition between the new disciples. It's also the competition between Taishian Peak and Ninethin Peak, Yang Lei said with a sigh. Aoi and Mo Chen both nodded. This sect competition was indeed very important because it involved the competition for the position of Medicine Valley's Valley Master. The Medicine Valley's Valley Master not only needed to be strong, but also had the ability to manage and teach disciples. Gong Xian and Yang Lei's advancement had already won a lot of face for Yu Yangyu. If Night Sorrow could defeat Sumu, then Su Chenbai's side would be completely at a disadvantage. It could be said that they had no chance to compete with Yu Yangyu for the position of Valley Master. After stabilizing his cultivation for 2 days, Night Sorrow said goodbye to Yang Lei and Aoi and went into seclusion. Mo Chen was originally going to help Night Sorrow guard, but he was driven away by Yang Lei and Aoi to accompany Chu Lingfei. Yang Lei and Aoi were playing chess in the hall of the courtyard's main building, helping Night Sorrow guard. In fact, Night Sorrow was just advancing, so he didn't need to guard so seriously. It was just Aoi and Yang Lei who were worried. Night Sorrow calmed the true qi in his dantian in his room. After his true qi was completely calm, Night Sorrow took half a spirit congealing pill and began to break through to the third level of essence gathering realm. Advancing to the essence gathering realm was similar to advancing to the qi refining realm, but the quality of true qi was different. At the same time, one needed to expand their dantian. Every time he advanced in the qi refining and essence gathering realms, he had to expand his dantian to accommodate more true qi. This was all in preparation for condensing his gold core. Night Sorrow controlled the true qi in his dantian and spread it in all directions, expanding the volume of his dantian. This was a necessary process. With the shock impact of true qi, the space in Night Sorrow's dantian was getting larger and larger. He guided the medicinal power of the spirit congealing pill into the dantian to fill the blank space. The medicinal power of the spirit congealing pill entered the dantian as a misty energy. After being refined by the true qi, it turned into a liquid true qi, wandering outside the second true qi halo. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. The space in Night Sorrow's dantian had reached the limit of what true qi could expand. At this time, Night Sorrow began to circulate the Zhen qi in his dantian to condense the third Zhen qi halo. With the medicinal power of Night Sorrow refining the spirit congealing pill, there was no shortage of true qi energy to condense the third true qi halo. Under the efforts of Night Sorrow, the third true qi halo slowly formed. Night Sorrow circulated the 2 true qi halos inside, driving the third one to slowly rotate and slowly solidify. Time slipped away little by little, it took half a day. The third true qi halo did not need to be driven by the previous 2 true qi halos, and it could also operate on its own. Third level of element gathering realm. At this time, Night Sorrow officially entered the third level of element gathering realm. After stabilizing his cultivation for a while, Night Sorrow walked out of the room after dawn. Genuine Z, _P_, not bad, congratulations, 13. Seeing Night Sorrow coming down from the second floor, Aoi got up and greeted him. Sixth senior sister, ninth senior sister, you've been guarding me all night? There's no need for that. Night Sorrow's heart felt warm. He knew that his two senior sisters cared about him. I'm just playing chess with sixth senior sister, it's nothing. It's good that you've successfully advanced. Let's go eat something. I don't know what Hai Luo made for breakfast this morning. Hai Luo is better at managing the courtyard than Little Six. Yang Lei said with a smile. Little Six is good at managing people in the future. As for other things, Hai Luo is more suitable. Aoi also thought so. In the loft, Hai Luo and the other girls had already prepared breakfast. Little Six had also returned. He had gone to Danding City early to buy food and vegetables for Tianyu and Aoi's mounts. Little Six, in the future, listen to Hai Luo when it comes to food arrangements. Hai Luo will take care of the internal matters of the courtyard. You take care of the external matters. Night Sorrow said to Little Six. I understand. Hai Luo is truly better at managing the courtyard than me. Little Six nodded, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Don't think too much. I don't have any other intentions. In the future, you can also cultivate. You will also be responsible for the courtyard's safety. Here are some essence nurturing pills. You and Hai Luo will each get a bottle. When you're done, you can ask me for more. If Hai Luo asks Hai Luo anything, Hai Luo will ask for more. Night Sorrow took out the essence nurturing pills he had refined himself and gave them to Little Six and Hai Luo. Only then did he eat breakfast with Aoi and Yang Lei. Not bad, not bad. Aoi said as she ate. They had been worried that Night Sorrow would not be able to handle things properly and disappoint Little Six. Who would have thought that Night Sorrow would be so experienced? Night Sorrow smiled and continued eating. He felt that although Little Six's abilities were not as strong as Hai Luo's, he was still diligent. He was worthy of an important position. 13. Are you in a good mood? Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I advanced. This way, I can take the essence nurturing pill and increase my strength before the sect competition, Night Sorrow said as he took a bite of his bun. You should relax and stabilize your cultivation for the next few days. It's not good to be tense all the time. Look at Chu Ning and Tang Tian, those brats. They are so carefree every day, Yang Lei said with a smile. I understand. I plan to stabilize my cultivation for the next few days while cultivating and concocting pills, Night Sorrow said. That's fine. What about that leopard embryo tendon strengthening pill you want to refine? I suggest you refine the essence nurturing pill first. Wait until you are proficient in refining tier 2 pills before touching it. After all, the golden silk leopard's blood is very precious, Aoi gave her opinion. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. He did not dare to squander the materials for the leopard embryo tendon strengthening pill. After eating, Night Sorrow began to refine the essence nurturing pill under Aoi's guidance. This was a mainstream tier 2 support pill. After half an hour, Night Sorrow managed to refine a cauldron of essence nurturing pill. Although he succeeded, the quality was not good enough and could not be used. Again. Aoi gave him a lot of tier 2 materials. It was enough for him to squander. After refining the third cauldron, the quality of the essence nurturing pill passed and could be used. 2 cauldrons of pills that cannot be used. What a waste of materials, Night Sorrow said as he looked at the 2 cauldrons of pills that were not good enough. You've only failed twice to refine a tier 2 medicinal pill. Be content with that. Refine 3 cauldrons a day. After 10 days, you will be able to control the fire, Aoi said. Okay, where are the materials? Night Sorrow looked at Aoi and said with a smile. 11. I'll leave the purchasing of the materials to you. You and Ling Fei can go sightseeing, Aoi said. Okay. For the sake of our future alchemy master, I'll be the errand boy. Mo Chen shook his head and said. Thank you, 11th senior brother. I'll go cultivate, Night Sorrow said. Chapter 118. After advancing, Yishang didn't use the spirit congealing pill. He only ate the blood essence pill to cultivate the Book of Myriad Tao. His Jin Qi was only used to stabilize his cultivation. He didn't try to advance rashly. There was no point in increasing his cultivation. One essence strengthening pill was enough to replenish the energy needed to reach level 3 of element gathering tier. Yishang spent the next few days like this. In the afternoon and at night, he cultivated the Myriad Tao Tome and stabilized his true Qi cultivation. During the day, he cultivated his combat skills for a while, and then he refined pills. Now, his speed and quality of refining pills had greatly improved. He only needed 2 hours to refine a batch of Qi gathering pills. Moreover, the quality of the pills was also very high. Aoi and the others were also very happy. Aoi specialized in refining pills, but she did not refine low-level pills. The main reason was that Taishian Peak did not need low-level pills. Because there were no third-generation disciples and no members below the second level, they did not need Qi-gathering pills. However, after this year, they would need Qi-gathering pills. Nangong Dai, Chu Ning, and the others had all entered the essence-gathering stage and needed Qi-gathering pills to cultivate. In addition, Taishian Peak would also be recruiting new disciples next year. There was a huge shortage of pills. The main peak, Danding Peak, gave out resources, but after all, it was limited. Therefore, Taishian Peak also needed to refine Qi-gathering pills. This way, the disciples could improve faster. Now, Night Sorrow could cultivate his alchemy skills and also accumulate some Qi-gathering pills. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After refining Qi-gathering pills for 10 days, Night Sorrow planned to refine leopard embryo muscle strengthening pills. Although he still had blood essence pills, he could not keep up with the pace and delayed his cultivation progress. After talking to Aoi, Night Sorrow began to refine the pills. It was Yishang's first time refining the leopard embryo tendon strengthening pill, so he was a little nervous. Rank 2 elixirs were different. The soul gathering elixir was the simplest rank 2 beginner elixir, while the leopard embryo tendon strengthening pill was a rank 2 advanced elixir. There was still some difference in difficulty between them. I don't know how to refine this pill. You have to control the ratio of the ingredients. Don't be quick, just steady, Aoi reminded Night Sorrow when she saw Night Sorrow take out the ingredients. Yishang nodded. He divided the main ingredients and supplementary ingredients before starting to refine. First of all, the gallbladder of the black and white twin python was refined by Night Sorrow. This was the main ingredient of the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill. Under the heat of the furnace, the python gallbladder melted, turning into a medicinal concoction. Night Sorrow slowly condensed and purified the medicinal concoction. This was a slow process, and it took 1 hour for Night Sorrow to complete the purification. Next, it was time to refine and purify the green radish grass and 100 spirit grass. The 100 spirit grass was not a supplementary material. It was an ingredient needed for almost all pills. It was neutral and was the carrier of the medicinal juice. After purifying the green radish grass and 100 spirit grass, Night Sorrow began to refine the golden silk leopard's blood. Night Sorrow did not use the golden silk leopard's heart blood. It would be a waste to use it to refine the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill. Ordinary golden silk leopard's blood would suffice. Yishang slowly boiled the golden silk leopard's blood and concentrated the energy within it. When the golden silk leopard's blood began to show traces of gold, Yishang added in the decoction made from the black and white twin flower python's gallbladder and continued to refine it. The 2 ingredients churned within the furnace. After boiling for half an hour, Night Sorrow poured the green radish grass and 100 spirit grasses medicinal concoction into the furnace. He then slowly boiled and condensed the concoction. Night Sorrow was a little nervous. This leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill was too important to him. Don't be nervous. You just need to be steady and condense it slowly. When the time is right, the pill will be formed. Aoi reminded him. She was clear about Night Sorrow's current state. Nodding his head, Night Sorrow put all his energy into the furnace. After half an hour, the medicinal concoction in the furnace had condensed to a certain degree. Night Sorrow began to control the gelatinous medicinal concoction to form the pill. This refining process took an hour. When the medicine furnace cooled down, Yishang opened it and found a dozen dark red pills with golden threads lying inside. He immediately smiled. It's done. It's done in one try. Not bad. You can even succeed in refining a Tier 2 high-grade pill in one try. Not bad. Aoi patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. Night Sorrow carefully put the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill into a jade bottle. The energy is very strong. It can't be compared to the dragon bone pill, but it's still very strong. Aoi said with a smile. Sixth senior sister, can you guys use it? Night Sorrow asked when he saw Yang Lei walking over. I don't know. When you refine it again, give us a few to try. Aoi didn't stand on ceremony. They were all senior and junior sisters. There was no need for formalities. Now, take 2 and study it. I'll refine it tomorrow. Night Sorrow gave Aoi and Yang Lei 2 pills each. Then, he put away the bottle. He was very tired today. Not only physically, but mentally as well. After returning to his room, Night Sorrow slept for 2 hours before going to cultivate. While Night Sorrow was cultivating, Aoi and Yang Lei ate the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill and started to feel the medicinal effects. Night Sorrow also ate 1 pill. He wanted to feel the difference between the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill and the blood essence pill. He didn't know whether it was suitable or not. This was a rank 2 blood essence pill that he found himself. The leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill slowly melted in his mouth. It turned into energy and entered Night Sorrow's body. Night Sorrow circulated the energy of the myriad Tao treasured tome and refined the energy, turning it into his own energy. /head L equals hair QX Night Sorrow only finished refining the energy of the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill when the sun rose. Night Sorrow felt that the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill was much stronger than the blood essence pill. The blood essence pill's energy could only support him for 2 hours. 2 blood essence pills could only support him for 4 hours. After cultivating for the whole night, half of the night was spent absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Night Sorrow went to the martial arts practice field and practiced the wind-chasing spear art for a while. He felt refreshed. After washing up, Night Sorrow went to the loft where he ate. Night Sorrow had just sat down when Aoi and Yang Lei arrived. How's the pill? Night Sorrow asked. It's not good. I didn't even absorb 1/5 of the energy before my body couldn't take it. I could only spit out half of the pill. The excess energy was wasted. Aoi said. My situation isn't too good either. I only absorbed 1/3 of the energy and my body couldn't take it anymore. Yang Lei's situation was slightly better than Aoi's. Ninth senior sister, didn't you eat the dragon bone pill before? Why can't you take it? Night Sorrow asked, puzzled. It's not the same. The dragon bone pill's medicinal effect is mild. Even if you don't refine it, it can continue to strengthen your body. Your leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill's medicinal effect is fierce. If you don't refine it, it will dissipate. The two are completely different. Yang Lei shook her head. Night Sorrow understood. If he didn't use the myriad Tao treasured book, he wouldn't be able to absorb the energy of the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill. Aoi and Yang Lei wouldn't be able to do it either. It seemed like this was his exclusive pill. Cultivating the myriad Tao treasured book was also his exclusive path. Let's not talk about this. This thing isn't suitable for us. 13. Did you use it? Aoi thought of this question. Chapter 119. What a monster. Aoi glanced at Night Sorrow. Sixth senior sister, ninth senior sister, I have some elixirs that are not as effective as the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill. You can try them. Night Sorrow took out 2 bottles of blood essence pills and gave one to Aoi and Yang Lei. With the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill, the blood essence pill was of little use to Night Sorrow. Then let's try this. Oh right, this leopard tendon strengthening pill is for you. It's useless for us. It's a complete waste. Yang Lei put away the blood essence pill and returned the leopard tendon strengthening pill to Yishang. Aoi did the same. She gave the other leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill back to Night Sorrow and put away the blood essence pill. Let's try it first. I don't know where you got this good stuff. Remember, there are almost no elixirs that can strengthen the body. Be careful and don't get targeted. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. Are you still making the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill? Aoi gave Night Sorrow a bowl of porridge and asked. Yes, this one won't take long. Night Sorrow said. Then you don't have enough guts. Yang Lei thought for a while and asked. Last time, she only brought a dozen guts. Yes, I have a lot of golden silk leopard's blood, but I don't have enough guts and green radish grass. Later, I will go to the pharmacies in Danding City to buy some. Night Sorrow told her his plan. Young master, what do you want to buy? I will do it. Little Six came in and heard Night Sorrow's words. Night Sorrow didn't let Little Six call him Lord. Now, Little Six and Hai Luo all called him Young Master Night Sorrow. Okay, I need the guts, green radish grass and 100 spirit grass. You can control the price. If there are any problems, come to me. Night Sorrow nodded. Okay, I'll go right away. Little Six nodded and walked out. What's the hurry? Let's eat first. I'm not in a hurry. Night Sorrow waved his hand at Little Six. Little Six bowed to Night Sorrow and went to eat. After finishing his meal, Night Sorrow went to the martial arts practice field and started to practice his combat skills. His current goal was higher. He used the reincarnation spear with his right hand and the sky-piercing spear in his left hand. He also used the wind-chasing spear art. The difference was that one of his moves was big and wide, while the other was strange and ever-changing. Okioheim and Yang Lei, who were watching from the side, looked at each other. There were many things in their eyes. They knew that to be able to deduce many things from one instance and cultivate the wind-chasing spear art to such a level, even the senior who created this spear art was unable to do so. Yang Lei didn't say anything. She gestured to Aoi to continue watching. After cultivating for an hour, Night Sorrow stopped. His face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. Since this wasn't a spar, cultivating for an hour didn't consume much of his energy. Senior sisters, do you think I can cultivate like this? After putting away the sky-piercing spear and the reincarnation spear, Night Sorrow asked. It depends on the situation. If your opponent is aggressive and has a higher cultivation level than you, just like your 11th senior brother that day, the effect of your dual spear art is fine. If your opponent is about the same level as you, then your strength is strong and you have the vibration force technique. You can completely crush your opponent. Yang Lei expressed her opinion. I understand. In other words, my short spear will only be useful if I meet an opponent who can break through my reincarnation spear and use the wind-chasing spear art. At other times, I don't need it. Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. That's right. Different opponents require different tactics. Take you, junior brother, for example. It's very difficult for your opponent to withstand the full brute force of a Tier 2 attack. Offense is the best defense. Yang Lei shared her experience. I understand. This is suitable for protecting my life, but it reduces the strength of my attacks. Night Sorrow understood the meaning behind Yang Lei's words. Senior martial sister doesn't mean that you can't cultivate this. She mainly wants to tell you how to fight. Yang Lei explained. She was worried that she would mislead Night Sorrow. I understand what Senior Martial Sister means. Oh right, can we throw the short spear during the sect competition? Night Sorrow changed the topic and asked. There's no precedent for this. The short spear can't be considered a hidden weapon, but it can be thrown. Yang Lei was also stunned by Night Sorrow's question. The Medicine Valley sect competition didn't allow the use of hidden weapons. However, it was hard to say whether Night Sorrow's sky-piercing spear was considered a hidden weapon. It depends on the situation. If the situation isn't good, then shoot. Aoi said. Night Sorrow nodded. He understood that he shouldn't shoot the sky-piercing spear if he could. After eating something at noon, Night Sorrow went to refine the leopard embryo tendon strengthening pill. He wanted to turn the blood of an ordinary golden silk leopard into an elixir. That would be enough for him to advance to the bone-forging stage of the myriad Tao treasured tome. Watching Night Sorrow refine the elixir, Yang Lei lost her patience and left after watching for a while. Aoi accompanied Night Sorrow until he finished refining a cauldron. You're getting more and more skilled. Very good. It seems that you can also specialize in alchemy. However, don't delay your cultivation. Aoi said to Night Sorrow. A person's energy was limited. If they went astray, it would greatly affect their own achievements. A high-level alchemist must be a cultivator with profound cultivation. However, a cultivator with profound cultivation wasn't necessarily an alchemist grandmaster. Profound attainments in alchemy required cultivation as a foundation. This was a prerequisite. Therefore, Aoi reminded Night Sorrow. After putting away the leopard embryo tendon strengthening pill, Night Sorrow realized that he didn't have many jade bottles left. In the future, it would be a problem to store elixirs. He asked Little Six to get more elixir bottles. /C, only original. He's all V pirated copies. When he went to drink tea with Aoi, Night Sorrow noticed the situation in the martial arts practice field. Yang Lei had one hand behind her back and the other hand was holding a rattan. She was teaching the third-generation disciples of the Taishian Peak. The third-generation disciples of the Taishian Peak were all here. All of them had entered the essence-gathering realm. Now that Yang Lei was teaching them battle techniques, they would be whipped if anything went wrong. 13. Do you think that you're luckier than them? Aoi said with a smile when she saw Night Sorrow's mouth twitching. Yes. If I was a third-generation disciple, ninth senior sister would whip me too. Night Sorrow said. No. This has nothing to do with which generation you are. It's about your attitude towards cultivation. You don't need to supervise them. They're doing very well. We're not as good as them. However, they're not as good. They're talented but not hard-working enough. Aoi said. I think they're working very hard. Night Sorrow said. They're good enough compared to normal people and other peaks. However, they're disciples of the Taishian Peak. If they're not strong enough, they'll embarrass the Taishian Peak. Do they have the strength to fight back when they're bullied? It'll be too late for regrets. Aoi said. Chapter 120. After watching Night Sorrow for a while, he went to cultivate. He planned to settle down for one more day before eating the origin increasing pill. There were still over 20 days before the sect competition, so time was tight. After returning to his room, Night Sorrow began to cultivate. He did not eat the spirit congealing pill to cultivate now, because it was useless. Even if it increased his cultivation by a bit, there was not much meaning. The effect of the origin increasing pill was to raise his cultivation level to the peak, and could not help him advance. For example, Night Sorrow was currently in the early stage of the third level of element gathering realm. After eating the origin increasing pill, his cultivation level would increase to the peak of the third level. Even if Night Sorrow reached the middle stage of the third level of element gathering realm, the result would still be the same. Night Sorrow had to calculate the time. After eating the origin increasing pill, he still had to stabilize his cultivation level, and then break through to the 4th level of element gathering realm. Using the cultivation level of the 4th level of element gathering realm to participate in the sect competition would be much stronger than using the cultivation level of the 3rd level of element gathering realm. After cultivating for an entire night, Night Sorrow got up to wash up, practiced a round of fist techniques, ate some food, and took a stroll to catch his breath. After greeting Yang Lei and Aoi, he returned to his room, ate the origin increasing pill, and began to cultivate. The medicinal effect of the origin increasing pill was relatively slow, but it was endless. Night Sorrow continuously refined the medicinal effect into true qi, filling the emptiness of his dantian after advancing. Feeling that he could control the rhythm, Night Sorrow ate the leopard embryo tendon strengthening pill and cultivated the myriad Tao treasured tome. During this time, Night Sorrow worked hard to cultivate true qi, but did not neglect the cultivation of the myriad Tao treasured tome. Currently, he was not far from the peak of the 1st level of muscle strengthening. This time, Night Sorrow spent 3 days in seclusion, but the results were obvious. Not only did his true qi cultivation level rise to the peak of the 3rd level of element gathering realm, but he also raised the level of the myriad Tao treasured tome to the peak of the 1st level of muscle strengthening. Not bad. Peak of the 3rd level of element gathering realm. There's still half a month's time. If everything goes well, you might be able to raise another level, Aoi said with a smile when she saw Night Sorrow come out of seclusion. Night Sorrow smiled and nodded. He was also very satisfied with the progress. After eating, Night Sorrow played with Tianyu for a while, and then took a walk around Celestial Lake to relax himself. After that, Night Sorrow returned to his room. He wanted to raise the cultivation level of the myriad Daos tome and do his best for the sect competition. Originally, Night Sorrow had attached great importance to the sect competition, but not to this extent. A few days ago, he saw Yang Lei teaching the disciples how to practice combat skills and heard what Aoi said. He was determined to win the sect competition because it was the glory of Taishian Peak. In addition, he also had to fight for Yu Yangyu. Where's 13? Aoi, who had finished brewing tea in the living room, asked without seeing Night Sorrow. Lady Aoi, the young master has returned to his room. He's probably cultivating, Hai Luo said. Got it. Aoi sighed. She felt a bit sad. She wished she could take his place, but currently, only Night Sorrow could take on the task of competing amongst the newcomers. The first layer of the myriad Daos tome strengthened the muscles in the arms and palms. After this period of hard work and the support of the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill, Night Sorrow's body was already saturated with energy. Night Sorrow controlled the energy in his body and directed it to his left arm and hand. With his experience of breaking through to the blood-refining realm, Night Sorrow knew it was easier to do it one at a time. If he directly strengthened both arms, then the energy wouldn't be concentrated. As the energy entered and strengthened, waves of energy appeared on Night Sorrow's left arm. They were like small twisting snakes. Pain. It was extremely painful. The cramping pain caused Night Sorrow's forehead to be covered in sweat. However, this kind of pain was something Night Sorrow could endure. What he was most afraid of was the feeling of suffocation when breaking through to the 9th rank in the blood-refining realm, as well as the feeling of numbness when breaking through to the muscle-strengthening realm. After 4 hours, Night Sorrow's energy had completely strengthened the muscles in his left arm and hand. The energy was shuttling back and forth through his muscles. After his left arm was done, Night Sorrow began to strengthen his right arm and hand. Time slowly slipped by. Night Sorrow's right arm and right arm's muscles were strengthened one by one. This time, it was much slower. After all, when strengthening his left arm and hand, his body was saturated with energy. After strengthening his left arm and hand, a large amount of energy was consumed. In 6 hours, Night Sorrow finished strengthening the tendons and veins in his right arm and right hand. Opening his eyes, Night Sorrow stretched out his arms and clenched his fists. Following his movements, Night Sorrow's arms and hands emitted ka-ka sounds. Night Sorrow felt as if he was squashing a fierce tiger to death. The strength in his arms was around 13,000 to 14,000 jin. Looking at the sky outside, it was still filled with stars. Night Sorrow did not leave his room. He sat down and stabilized his cultivation. He had to stabilize his cultivation at the peak of the third rank of element gathering tier. He had to stabilize his cultivation at the second rank of the muscle strengthening realm. He cultivated all the way until dawn. Only then did Night Sorrow leave his room. With the help of the light, Night Sorrow discovered that his sleeves were a bit dirty. There was also a fishy smell. After opening his sleeves, Night Sorrow noticed that there were dark brown spots on the skin of his arms and the back of his palms. Impurities in his body. Night Sorrow knew that when he broke through, the impurities in his arms and muscles were forced out. This was a clear sign that his body had evolved. After taking a bath, Night Sorrow went to the loft where the dining room was located. 13. Come here. Once you start cultivating, you don't pay attention to the time. Aoi looked at Night Sorrow with some heartache. 13, you've improved again. Yang Lei could see that Night Sorrow was different. After entering the second rank of the muscle strengthening realm, Night Sorrow's blood flowed much faster in his arms. His muscles and veins also contained energy. I've improved a bit. Ninth senior sister, you can even see this. Night Sorrow sat down and said with a smile. Zuo, head, hair. Your arms probably have a strength of over 10,000 jin. Even if you don't use your Jin Qi, it would be very difficult for you to fight against someone in the 5th or 6th rank of element gathering tier, Yang Lei said with some emotion. Night Sorrow's ability to strengthen his body was too strong. Her current body's strength was about the same as Night Sorrow's, but her strength was not as strong as Night Sorrow's. More or less. But I still need to cultivate a bit more. I have the strength now, but I still need to familiarize myself with controlling it. But you have this foundation. If you go up against Su Mu, he shouldn't have any advantage. With his talent, he should be suppressed by you. This is his capital. Yang Lei said after some analysis. Good, that's good. When it's the sect competition, I'll violently beat up those bastards from Nine Peak. I'll make sure they don't dare to be arrogant again. Aoi said excitedly. At the same time, she slammed her arm on the table, causing the plates, bowls, and chopsticks to jump up. Aoi's actions caused Chu Ning and the others, who were eating, to jump up in fright. They did not know what was going on. What are you looking at? Sit down and eat. Aoi glared at them, scaring Chu Ning and the others into quickly sitting down. Chapter 121. These bastards are making fun of me. Aoi glanced at Chu Ning and the others and said. 6th senior sister can make fun of us. Mo Chen smiled. Among the 13 second-generation disciples of Yu Yang Yu at Taishan Peak, Aoi was the most gentle. Your 6th senior sister was so excited that she slammed the table. Yang Lei said with a smile. Hee, that must be a rare scene. Mo Chen and Chu Lingfei sat down and said. After eating, Night Sorrow wiped his mouth and looked at Mo Chen. 11th senior brother, after eating, let's spar. No, I want to drink tea after eating. Mo Chen shook his head. He wasn't willing to spar with Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow was like a porcupine. Mo Chen couldn't even take him down with his rank 2 cultivation. Then let's go after drinking tea. Night Sorrow nodded and said. After drinking tea, I still want to take a stroll. Don't wait for me. Mo Chen was a bit annoyed. He didn't want to, but Night Sorrow didn't want to let him go. Hey. Listen, your 13th uncle wants to spar with 11th uncle. Your 11th uncle wants to drink tea and take a stroll. Can we wait for a while? Aoi stood up and clapped her hands. I won't take a stroll, okay? Let's go and spar now. After being shouted by Aoi, How could Mo-chan continue to refuse? After exiting the dining room, everyone arrived at the martial arts practice field. 13. Come. I'll let you attack. Mo-chan waved his long sword and said. He knew that attacking was useless. It wasn't easy to break through Knight Soro's wind-chasing spear technique. It would be difficult to do anything against a short spear. Thus, he decided not to attack. Then I'm coming. Knight Soro waved his reincarnation spear and smashed it in front of Mo-chan. 13. Attack with all your strength. Otherwise, the spar will be meaningless. Yang Lei shouted. Knight Soro nodded and unleashed his chasing wind spear technique with all his might, attacking Mo-chan with all his might. Hearing the sound of the reincarnation spear piercing through the air, Mo-chan's expression changed. He dodged to the side and slashed his sword towards Knight Soro's reincarnation spear. Ding! The weapons clashed. Knight Soro's reincarnation spear was blocked, but Mo-chan's longsword was also blocked. With a flick of his wrist, Knight Soro's reincarnation spear returned to its original route and continued to attack Mo-chan. On Mo-chan's side, he followed his sword. He no longer used his longsword to slash or block because he would receive the recoil from the vibration force of Knight Soro's reincarnation spear. Mo-chan's long sword continuously stabbed and pointed, controlling Knight Soro's reincarnation spear to attack. Their weapons continued to clash. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Yishang's strength was great, but Mo-chan's true chi, which was at the peak of the second level, was not fake. He could completely negate it, so he was not at a disadvantage. The two began to compete with their body techniques. They circled around each other and attacked. If they couldn't dodge, they would use their weapons to resolve the situation. 13th uncle is too monstrous to be able to fight with 11th martial uncle to this extent. Nangong Dai said with some emotion. Just as Nangong Dai was speaking, the situation changed. 13th uncle, are you cheating? Mo-chan was pushed back. When Knight Soro's reincarnation spear clashed with Mo-chan's longsword, he not only used his strength on the tip of the spear, but also added 39 waves of vibration force. Mo-chan, who was caught off guard, was pushed back in an instant. After pushing Mo-chan back, Knight Soro took a few steps and caught up with Mo-chan. His reincarnation spear was like a flood dragon that continuously attacked Mo-chan. Before entering the element gathering realm, Knight Soro's vibration force was not very stable. When he was in the 6th layer of the refining realm, he could only use a dozen waves. As he cultivated, he became more and more familiar with the vibration force, and the number of waves increased. When he was in the 9th layer of the refining realm, it increased to 27 waves. On average, every increase in cultivation level would increase by 3 waves. When he reached the 1st level of the element gathering realm, it wasn't 30 waves, but 33 waves. Now that he was in the 3rd level of the element gathering realm, he could use 39 waves. After suppressing Mo-chan, Knight Soro's reincarnation spear opened and closed, and continuously attacked Mo-chan's body. The 39 waves of vibration force were sometimes on the body of the spear, sometimes on the tip of the spear, making it impossible for Mo-chan to defend. Luckily, Mo-chan had the piercing cloud body technique, so he was able to block it. When the two passed by each other again, Mo-chan's left hand sent out a palm towards Yishang's shoulder. Yishang had the same idea as Mo-chan, so he twisted his body and sent out a Zhenyu palm. 11th uncle, be careful. Seeing the faint red halo on Knight Soro's left hand, Yang Lei shouted. 7 Original version 9. When Yang Lei shouted, Mo-chan realized that something was wrong. He quickly increased the amount of Zhen Qi in his palm to receive Knight Soro's Zhenyu hand. Pang! With a muffled sound, Knight Soro's body was pushed back 4 or 5 steps, and he sat on the ground. However, he soon stood up, swung his arms, and once again held the spear with both hands. Mo-chan took a step back, and looked down at his left hand. I lost. 13, you win. 11th senior brother, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. Night Sorrow saw that Mo Chen's expression was a bit off, and quickly apologized. I don't mean to blame you, but if you want to increase your cultivation level, it's fine to do everything you can in a spar. Just now, I didn't use the cultivation level of the peak of the element gathering realm. Just now, in a moment of desperation, I sent out a palm with the cultivation level of the 3rd level. So, in a battle of the 2nd level, you won. But to be honest, that really hurt. After speaking, Mo Chen put away his long sword and rubbed his left hand. 11th senior brother, I really didn't do it on purpose. Night Sorrow felt a bit guilty. Not only did he hurt Mo Chen, he also made him lose face. 13, I know what you're thinking. Do you know? I'm happy for your improvement. When you really defeat me, I'll go burn incense to the ancestor, because he gave me a good junior brother. Mo Chen walked over and patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. Senior brother, I understand. Night Sorrow bowed to Mo Chen. He understood that in Mo Chen's heart, the friendship between fellow disciples was more important than his own honor. I'll spar with you, Yang Lei said. I'm a bit tired, I'll go rest for a while. Night Sorrow shook his head, and then went back to cultivate. Senior sister, did I do something wrong? Mo Chen asked, rubbing his head. No, it's just that 13 feels guilty. He feels that he hurt your face. In your heart, the friendship between fellow disciples is noble, and in his heart, it's the same, Aoi said. Did you see that? This is brotherhood. You guys have to be the same, Aoi said to Chu Ning and the others. Night Sorrow went back to cultivate. He just wanted to consolidate his cultivation. After cultivating for a night, Night Sorrow went to the dining room early to eat. Then he went to Sikong Chuyu's pavilion. He really missed Sikong because he could tell Sikong everything. He really wanted to tell Sikong what had happened to him. After staying in Sikong Chuyu's pavilion for a while, Night Sorrow went back to his room. In the dining room, when she didn't see Night Sorrow, Yang Lei asked Hai Luo. Chapter 122. In the future, 13 will not spar with us. Yang Lei said to Qing Ji and Mo Chen who had just entered. Everyone knew that what happened yesterday had affected Night Sorrow. Although Mo Chen didn't mind, Night Sorrow didn't want that. In the evening, Night Sorrow came out and drank tea with Aoi and Yang Lei. After feeding Tianyu, he went back to cultivate. No one mentioned sparring again. Although it was the fastest way to improve, Night Sorrow didn't want to. Night Sorrow's life was very disciplined. In the morning, he would cultivate spear arts and dragon leap steps. In the afternoon and night, he would cultivate qi and the myriad Tao tome. Unspecified currency D/D/C new chapter, U0 on Night Sorrow's first day, 2 people came to the Longquan courtyard. It was Hua Nan and Chu Ling Shao. 3rd senior brother, why are you here? Chu Ling Shao, what are you doing here? Yang Lei, who saw them first, asked. 9th junior sister, don't worry. Eldest senior brother went to propose a marriage between 11th junior brother and junior sister Ling Fei. Uncle Chu didn't object and arranged for him to handle this matter. Eldest senior brother asked me to handle 11th junior brother's matter. Hua Nan shook his head at Yang Lei. He didn't give Chu Ling Shao a good look, but he couldn't make things awkward for 11th junior brother. At Taishan Peak, Gong Xian and the others knew that Chu Ling Shao didn't do anything wrong. But whether it was right or wrong, they had to stand on Qing Ji's side. There was no reason to talk about it, because Qing Ji was wronged, because Qing Ji was their junior and senior sister, it was that simple. At this time, Aoi came over. Mo Chen and Chu Ling Fei also came. Seeing Chu Ling Shao, Aoi's face turned cold. She gripped the sword at her waist. Junior sister Aoi, I came here today to deal with my sister Ling Fei's matter and also to apologize to you. I found someone to inlay the jade pendant. Do you think it's okay? If it doesn't work, I'll go find a master craftsman. Chu Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Aoi. In his hand was a gold and green jade pendant. It should be said that the outside of the jade pendant was inlaid with gold, and the middle was also wrapped with gold threads. When the jade pendant appeared, Aoi's eyes fell on it. She reached out and took the jade pendant. She recognized it. It was her late mother's relic. Back then, when I was young, I was too nervous and impulsive and destroyed junior sister's jade pendant. This matter has made me feel guilty for many years, and I cherish it. I hope junior sister can forgive me. Chu Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Aoi. We're even. Aoi gently rubbed the jade pendant as she looked at Chu Ling Xiao. Brother Huanan, let's go in and talk about Mo Chen and Ling Fei. Chu Ling Xiao said to Huanan. Senior brother Chu, please. Huanan extended his arm and said. Before this, Huanan had directly called Chu Ling Xiao senior brother. Now that Chu Ling Xiao had lowered his status and apologized, Aoi didn't care about it anymore. Chu Ning wanted to greet them, but he didn't have the right to speak, so he could only stand at the back. After entering the hall, Chu Ling Xiao, Huanan, Aoi, and Yang Lei sat down. Aoi was still looking at her jade pendant. This is junior brother Night Sorrow. Have a seat. Chu Ling Xiao smiled. They were all second-generation disciples, so Chu Ling Xiao couldn't let Night Sorrow stand. Night Sorrow nodded and sat down. It wasn't a matter of modesty. A seat was also a matter of face. He didn't care about his own face, but if he stood, he would lose face for Taishan Peak. Sure, Ling Fei, sit down too. What are you nervous about? Yang Lei glanced at Mo Chen and Chu Ling Fei. After everyone sat down, Chu Ling Xiao and Huanan discussed the matter of Mo Chen and Chu Ling Fei. First, they asked for their opinions. After Mo Chen and Chu Ling Fei both nodded, they discussed the details. They were all cultivators, so they didn't care about etiquette. They directly decided on a date. After discussing for a while, they set the date for next year's disciple recruitment ceremony, which was less than 4 months away. Chu Ling Xiao didn't mention anything about the betrothal gifts. After all, it was Taishan Peak's business. After discussing everything, Chu Ling Xiao waved at Chu Ling Fei. Why aren't you going home yet? Are you planning to stay here for a long time? Cousin, I'll go back 2 days later, Chu Ling Fei said with a red face. Okay, but you have to go back as soon as possible. There are some things that aren't good, Chu Ling Xiao said. Chu Ling Xiao followed Huanan and the others and left. He had only come to set a date and go through the formalities. After the matter was settled, Huanan asked Yi Shang if there was anything he needed help with. Finally, he took out a bottle of blood circulation pills for healing. He knew that Yi Shang needed the meridian clearing pill. Yu Yang Yu had given Night Sorrow meridian opening pills and muscle revitalization ointment. He could only give him blood circulation pills to treat internal injuries. After chatting, it was time to drink. Yang Lei called Nangong Dai and the other third-generation disciples over. While drinking, Tang Tian's big mouth could not stay still. Chu Ning, your third uncle is very refined and handsome. Of course, I have a few aunts, Chu Ning said proudly. Ninth brother, why are you like this? Are you family? Tang Tian changed the topic. Seventh brother, what do you mean? Chu Ning knew that Tang Tian was up to no good. Isn't that simple? What he means is that you're an embarrassment. Without waiting for Tang Tian to speak, the straightforward Yuan Shizhuang opened his mouth. Although you are my senior brother, you can't insult me like this. Let's see who's better in the martial arts arena. If I don't get beaten up by you, then you've mistaken me for Chu Ning. Chu Ning glared at Tang Tian. Did I say that? Fifth brother said it, okay. Tang Tian pointed at Ma Shizhuang. Seventh Tang, I was just translating your words. How is it my meaning? Ma Shizhuang was a little annoyed. How did things get to him? I said that Chu Ning is more handsome than Master Chu. We don't look like family. Where did you translate it? Tang Tian changed the topic and started to talk about Ma Shizhuang. Seeing them quarrel, Yang Lei laughed. It's good to be young. So what if you're old? Hurry up and find someone to marry. Hua Nan looked at Yang Lei and said. Ha, third brother, you should solve your own problem first. I've entered the 5th level, and I don't look old. There's no need to rush, Yang Lei said with a smile. Don't use this to hurt people. 6th brother, we have to work harder. Some people are too good at showing off. They mean that we'll be old soon, Hua Nan looked at Aoi and said. 3rd senior brother, 13 gave me the face-retaining pill, and I also retained my looks forever. Therefore, some people are attacking 3rd senior brother, and not me. Qing Ji also smiled. Sigh, it's so sad. You guys are so cruel. Hua Nan shook his head, but his eyes were full of smiles. This was the atmosphere at Taishan Peak. Brothers and sisters could joke around freely. No one would mind. Chapter 123. After Hua Nan left, Aoi and the others went to ask Nangong Dai, Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and the others who would participate in the sect competition and who would not. After asking, there was only one result. The unanimous opinion was to fight. Either you win or you defeat your opponent. This was what Ma Shizhuang, Nangong Dai, Chu Ning, and the rest of the 12 people wanted to do. Unspecified currency. Most, New, Chapter 0, W, Ouyang Lei and Aoi did not ask Night Sorrow, because there was no need to. After stabilizing his cultivation for a few more days, Night Sorrow went into seclusion to break through to the 4th level of element gathering tier. He had stabilized his cultivation enough, and there was no time left. The sect competition was in a few days, and many disciples in the Medicine Valley had rushed back. The sect competition was a wind vane. It meant that if some strong disciples showed up, there would be changes in the Yuan ranking and alchemy ranking. In Taishan Peak, the 3rd generation would all participate in the newcomers competition. In the 2nd generation, Night Sorrow was not the only one who would participate. Hua Nan, Aoi, and the others would also participate. Yang Lei and Gong Xian entered the 5th level, and there was an empty spot in the Medicine Valley's heaven ranking. Those who had hope would fight for it. Night Sorrow ate half of the spirit congealing pill and began to break through to the 4th level of element gathering tier. Night Sorrow had experienced breaking through to the next level of element gathering tier a few times. What he needed was the accumulation of energy. Once enough energy was accumulated, breaking through would not be a problem. It was just a matter of time. Aoi and the others started to pack up and leave, but Night Sorrow was nowhere to be seen. Master, young master is cultivating in his room. When I went to clean up, the door was closed, Hai Luo said to Aoi. Then let's wait. This guy has no concept of time when he cultivates, Yang Lei said with a smile. Aoi nodded and told everyone to prepare and wait. 13th uncle is like this. When we came from Scarlet Sun City to Medicine Valley in Danding City in a beast carriage, he would meditate and cultivate. If the carriage did not stop, he would not stop, Tang Tian said. That's why there's such a big difference now. 13th uncle is already in the 3rd level of element gathering tier, but we are still in the 1st and 2nd level. Nangong Dai said with a sigh. The key point is that our starting point is higher than 13th uncle's. Now that 13th uncle's cultivation is higher than ours, we've been cultivating for the past few months for nothing, Ma Shizhuang said angrily. Ma Zhuang, you're all very good. Otherwise, our master, your grandmaster, wouldn't have brought you all back to Taishan Peak. In every era, every period, there are geniuses that appear out of nowhere. Your 13th uncle is a monster. You've all seen his cultivation increase. His cultivation speed is fast, but it's definitely not superficial. His main point is his fighting ability, which is also what you should work towards. His fighting ability must surpass his current level, which is the embodiment of an excellent cultivator. High cultivation but low fighting ability is a sign of low ability, said Qing Ji. She was also afraid that Yi Shang would discourage this group of children. We understand. Thank you for your explanation, 6th Martial Ant. Nangong Dai and the others bowed. The increase in cultivation is important, but battle prowess is the foundation. There is a limit to the increase in cultivation, but there is no limit to battle prowess. There is a bottleneck to the increase in cultivation, but battle prowess can be continuously increased. Think about my words, Yang Lei said to everyone. Night Sorrow only came out at noon. 4th level of element gathering tier. Chu Ning's expression changed. Night Sorrow's cultivation had increased too quickly. The strongest among the 12 of them was in the 2nd level of element gathering tier. Without reaching the 3rd level of element gathering tier, they could not use the origin gathering pill, so their cultivation had been pulled down by Night Sorrow. 13th uncle is not bad. This should be enough, Mo Chin said excitedly. He now believed that even if Su Mu was heaven-defying, it would be difficult for him to defeat Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow casually tidied up a little, and everyone left. Aoi, Yang Lei, and Mo Chin all led a few others to ride on the Blue Condor. Night Sorrow himself rode on the Tianyu. Just now, Chu Ning had wanted to ride on the Tianyu with Night Sorrow, but the Tianyu had immediately attacked, not giving them any face at all. After half a day's time, the group returned to Taishian Peak. Night Sorrow wanted to return to Bamboo Forest Peak, but was stopped by Aoi. She had Night Sorrow stay in Bamboo Forest Little House. She was worried that Night Sorrow would not be able to take care of himself, because in Bamboo Forest Peak, Night Sorrow lived alone. His servants were also further away from him, so it would not be as convenient as staying with her. Night Sorrow did not refuse. He indeed needed to consolidate his cultivation and did not have time to deal with trivial matters. Aoi had servants and servants, so it would be more convenient. After washing up in Bamboo Forest Little House, Night Sorrow first went to Repose Cliff to pay a visit to Yu Yangyu. When he saw Night Sorrow, Yu Yangyu carefully sized him up, then nodded in satisfaction. Master has just learned about your recent situation from your 9th senior sister. You have worked very hard and achieved great results. Just do your best in the sect competition. Nine Peak might disregard everything to raise Su Mu's cultivation, so you will be at a disadvantage. Disciple understands. Night Sorrow understood that Yu Yangyu was worried about him. This is Master's Cloud Suiyun Movement Technique Manual. Take a look and feel the advantages and disadvantages of your current movement technique. Yu Yangyu handed a manual to Night Sorrow. Yu Yangyu already knew that Night Sorrow had a movement technique manual. After accompanying Yu Yangyu for a while, Night Sorrow returned to Bamboo Forest Little House. After returning, Night Sorrow took out the Cloud Suiyun Movement Technique Manual and began to read it. This was a movement technique manual that could only be cultivated at the mid-2nd rank. Looking through it, he found that Cloud Suiyun was a bit inferior to Dragon Soar to the 9 Heavens. In terms of description and essence, Night Sorrow noticed a difference. Night Sorrow still cultivated it. He wanted to comprehend the concept of Cloud Suiyun. That way, he would be able to cultivate Dragon Soar to the 9 Heavens with half the effort. After cultivating the movement technique, Night Sorrow went to meditate. He began to eat the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill. His cultivation base in the 2nd rank of the muscle strengthening realm of the Myriad Dao Tome was already very stable. While Night Sorrow was cultivating, Medicine Valley was bustling with activity. The disciples of the various peaks had all returned. Some of them wanted to participate in the competition for the Yuan rankings, while others wanted to fight for the pill rankings. There were also 4th rank 2nd generation disciples who wanted to participate in the Heaven rankings. However, the Heaven rankings were held internally. Outsiders didn't know about it. This was Medicine Valley's secret. Grass Valley Town was also bustling with activity. All the subordinate powers of Medicine Valley had come. They wanted to know who the new nobles of Medicine Valley were. They couldn't afford to offend them. Furthermore, there were still 3 months until the next disciple recruitment ceremony. There were many people who had come early. On this day, while Night Sorrow was cultivating, Huanan brought someone over. It was Qin Jin of the North Pole. "Why are you here? Have you been well this past year?" asked Night Sorrow. He saw that Qin Jin had reached the 9th rank of qi refining. "I've been well. I came to see you. Back then, if it weren't for you, it would have been very difficult for me to enter the ranks of cultivators. I'm very grateful to you. After I break through, I'll focus on my breakthrough," said Qin Jin to Night Sorrow. He spoke a bit slowly, as if he wasn't used to interacting with others. Chapter 124. Yes, you are my friend. Qin Jin nodded vigorously. Seeing that the two were having a good chat, Huanan left. He also hoped that Night Sorrow would have more friends. The people of the North Pole Peak were all upright and did not engage in any underhanded practices, so he was more at ease. Qin Jin was not used to communicating, so Night Sorrow did not speak much to him. He took out a jar of wine and 2 wine bowls and began drinking. After finishing the jar of wine, Qin Jin extended his hand to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow also extended his hand and shook Qin Jin's hand. After nodding at Night Sorrow, Qin Jin turned and left. Yi Shang sat on the bluestone. He opened another jug of wine and drank slowly. Actually, Yi Shang had already regarded Qin Jin as a friend a long time ago. On the way from Red Fire City to Danding City, Qin Shang had stood by his side when he clashed with Qin Hai. At that time, Yi Shang had acknowledged Qin Jin as a person, but there were some things that he hadn't said. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that your friend is here?" Huanan walked over and poured himself a bowl of wine. "No, I'm just wondering why the people from the same family are so different." He did not say anything, but he was insistent. "His 2 brothers are different," Night Sorrow said. "Of course, people are different. Isn't there an old saying that the dragon has 9 sons, and each of them is different?" Huanan said with a smile. "I understand, 3rd senior brother. You will definitely be able to enter the heaven list this time." Night Sorrow looked at Huanan and said. "Not necessarily. I have been cultivating for decades. I admit that I am very hardworking, but my talent is not good enough. Therefore, there is a gap between me and your other senior brothers and sisters." Huanan shook his head. "But Big Senior Brother said that your foundation is the most solid." Night Sorrow said. A long time ago, when Gong Xian had asked Night Sorrow to cultivate steadily, he had used Huanan as an example. Night Sorrow also knew that among Yu Yangyu's disciples, other than the most talented Yang Lei and Gong Xian, the strongest was Huanan. This was because Huanan could endure hardships and had the most perseverance. "Maybe that friend of yours is pretty good. His future achievements won't be low. He's very talented, but I don't know why he's only at the 9th level of qi refining." Huanan said, somewhat puzzled. "Just like me, he started cultivating not too long ago. Back then, there was a problem with his body, so he couldn't cultivate. He started cultivating this year," Night Sorrow said. "No wonder. His cultivation speed is amazing." Huanan understood the key point. After chatting with Night Sorrow for a while, Huanan left. Night Sorrow finished the entire jar of wine before returning to his residence. After returning to his residence, Night Sorrow cultivated the Windborn Body technique for a while. Then, he went to his room to meditate. After Night Sorrow finished cultivating, Aoi brought him 2 sets of robes. "You can wear whatever you want, but the sect competition is the day after tomorrow. You have to wear something more formal." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. Although he liked to wear casual linen robes, he had to wear the Medicine Valley's disciple robe on formal occasions. After cultivating for another 2 days, Night Sorrow woke up early because today was the day of the Medicine Valley's Disciples Sect competition. After putting on the white Medicine Valley's disciple robe, Night Sorrow went to Aoi's loft to wait for her. "What's the hurry? It's still early. Have some breakfast first." Aoi patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said, "I'm a little nervous." Night Sorrow told her the truth. "It's okay. No one is your match in the competition among the newcomers. That beast doll won't be able to do anything." Aoi put her arm around Night Sorrow's shoulder and walked towards the dining room. "I'm not afraid of losing. I'm just a little nervous." "I think I should say excited," Night Sorrow said. "It's okay. Senior sister is here." "Night Sorrow, you've grown a lot taller. You're almost the same height as senior sister," Aoi said as she put her arm around Night Sorrow's shoulder. Aoi and Yang Lei were both tall and not much shorter than ordinary men. Night Sorrow was still short when he came to the Medicine Valley. After cultivating for half a year, especially after cultivating the myriad Tao Tome and strengthening his body, he had grown 4 to 5 inches. "I'm already 16 years old. If I don't grow taller, I'll be too short," Night Sorrow said with a smile. "Weren't you 14 years old when you came to the Medicine Valley?" Aoi asked in surprise. "But I was 15 then. I'll be 16 soon," Night Sorrow said with a smile. "Yeah. It's been almost a year." 13, you've grown up too." Aoi was a little emotional. Although she didn't go to the Medicine Valley's disciple recruitment ceremony, she knew about Night Sorrow's situation at the ceremony. After eating, the two came to the Taishian Hall. There were already many people in front of the hall. Yu Yangyu had 12 second-generation disciples and 12 third-generation disciples. However, there were also many second-generation disciples from the other elders. Some of them went to watch the ceremony while others went to participate in the competition. After a while, Yu Yangyu came out of the hall and said, "It's still the same as last year. We, Taishian Peak, are not afraid of losing. We just have to fight with style." Yishang sat on Qing Ji's green condor and rushed towards the square of the mountain gate of the Medicine Valley. Lu Yangyu didn't ride a flying demonic beast, but with a sway of his body, he could cover a great distance, much faster than a flying demonic beast. 13. Did you know that for many years, Master hasn't participated in this kind of competition? He also hasn't participated in the disciple recruitment ceremony. This time, he's paying extra attention. It's mainly because of you, Qing Ji said to Yishang. I won't let Master down. Night Sorrow nodded. Soon, they arrived at the gate square. After arriving, Aoi, Yang Lei, and the others took Night Sorrow to the Taishian Peak seats. When they arrived, Yu Yangyu was already sitting in the armchair in front of the Taishian Peak seats. There were some differences between the sect competition and the sect disciple recruitment ceremony. The sect disciple recruitment ceremony was open to the public. It didn't have much to do with the peaks. There were only a few seats for representatives. The sect competition was different. Each peak had their own area and the audience was in another area. Fortunately, the Medicine Valley's gate square was big enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. In the past, the armchair in front of the Taishian Peak was empty because Yu Yangyu didn't come. This time, when Yu Yangyu appeared, the other peak masters nodded and greeted him. However, there was also a cold snort. Night Sorrow looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man in a black robe. Old Ghost, you're here this year too? The black-robed old man said. If Nine Peak Su Chenbai can come, why can't I, Yu Yangyu, come? Yu Yangyu replied indifferently. Ha, I heard that you accepted a disciple. Old Ghost, I wonder how your disciple compares to my disciple. Su Chenbai turned his head and looked at a young man behind him. Night Sorrow also looked over. He knew that this young man was his opponent, Su Mu. So what if you want to play tricks? My Taishian Peak will accept whatever you want, Yu Yangyu said bluntly. Chapter 125. Head, hair. What's the point of talking so much? If talking is useful, then there is no need for us to cultivate primary energy or combat skills. We can just fight with our mouths, Yu Yangyu said disdainfully. As if you are invincible. Su Qinbai snorted coldly. Then you're invincible? Come, let's liven up the atmosphere of this sect grand competition on this arena. Yu Yangyu stood up and looked at Su Qinbai. Yu Yangyu had kept a low profile for decades. He did not compete with anyone, nor did he fight with anyone. This time, he was not going to tolerate it anymore. He understood that if Su Qinbai took over, then the Taishian Peak would not have an easy time. He knew Su Qinbai too well. Although Su Qinbai couldn't do anything to Yu Yangyu, he could still attack Taishian Peak. This was the power of the sect and the authority of the Valley Master. Just as Su Qinbai's expression was gloomy and he was deciding whether to fight or not, a hemp-robed elder and a few other elders appeared. The appearance of the old man in sackcloth made all the members of Medicine Valley stand up. All right, today is a competition between the younger generation. Don't take up any more time. The hemp-robed old man went straight to the front of Danding Peak and sat down. Because there was an empty chair there, the other old men sat on his left and right sides. As the old man waved his hand, the members of the Medicine Valley all sat down. Of course, those who could sit down were the second-generation disciples of the various peaks. Glancing at Su Qinbai, Yu Yangyu sat down. 13. Did you know that in the past, only 2 or 3 elders would show up? This time, even the Grand Elder is here. Aoi whispered to Night Sorrow. North Pole, you're the host this year, right? It's about time to start. As Qing Ji and Yi Shang were whispering to each other, the first elder made the arrangements. Let's go, the first elder said to the North Pole Peak Lord Yan Bei. Okay. Yan Beifang stood up and came over. This time, it was the North Pole Peak's turn to host the great sect competition, and his assistant was Chu Ling Shao. Chu Ling Shao was the eldest disciple of Danding Peak, the main peak of the Medicine Valley. He was also the disciple of the Valley Master. Other than his low qualifications, his ability in other aspects was obvious to all. However, these 2 aspects blocked his path to promotion. Many disciples of the Medicine Valley knew that it was only a matter of time before Chu Ling Shao rose to the top of the Medicine Valley because he had the ability. With Yan Beiji's nod, Chu Ling Shao went on stage to announce the rules and rewards of the rookie battle. There were more than 200 people participating in this year's rookie competition. Originally, there were only about 20 rookies, but there were more outer sect disciples. The rules of the arena were that no poison was allowed, no hidden weapons were allowed, and no attacks were allowed when the opponent admitted defeat. No killing was allowed. The rules of the competition were that the top 10 would be decided by drawing lots. Then, it would be a round-robin battle. It would be a round-robin battle based on points. Night Sorrow took out 2 heaven-piercing thatches and pinned them to his waist before going to draw lots. This was what Aoi had told him. If he took them out and put them on the stage, they wouldn't be considered hidden weapons. After getting his number, Night Sorrow returned to his original seat. Aoi took a look at Night Sorrow's number and her face was full of excitement. What number? Shi Tianlin asked. He didn't ask his own disciple, but looked at Night Sorrow. He knew that his disciple Su Feng and the others wouldn't be able to defeat Su Mu. Su Mu's cultivation level had reached the 8th level of element gathering tier. This was unique in the rookie competition. The others didn't even have someone in the 5th level of element gathering tier. 13. Aoi said. I'm asking what number 13 is. Shi Tianlin asked again. He was very concerned about this number because those who started the battle were more outstanding. If they met an opponent of equal strength, they would have time to rest and recover after the battle. Didn't I tell you? 13, wasn't I clear enough? Aoi grabbed Night Sorrow's number and showed it to Shi Tianlin. The number on the number plate was surprisingly 13. This? That works too. Sure, Tianlin was stunned. After drawing lots, Chu Lingxiao announced the start of the competition. First was the battle between number 1 and number 2. This was a battle between two outer sect disciples. Their cultivation levels were both in the 9th level of Qi refining tier, and they competed in battle experience. The outer sect disciple from the North Pole Peak won. Apart from Night Sorrow and the other 26 people who participated in the competition, everyone else was an outer sect disciple. The highest cultivation level an outer sect disciple could reach was the peak of Qi refining tier. However, there was a time difference in between. Even if an outer sect disciple reached the element gathering tier, they would still have to wait until the annual disciple recruitment ceremony to become an inner sect disciple. Thus, many outer sect disciples with element gathering tier cultivation appeared in the rookie competition. One battle followed another. On the 6th battle, Sumu stepped onto the stage. He was number 11. Looking at the Cloud Sea Peak disciple who stepped onto the stage, Sumu bared his teeth and let out a wolf-like howl. While the Cloud Sea Peak disciple on the other side was astonished, Sumu moved. Like a ferocious beast, he punched the Cloud Sea Peak disciple off the stage. Looking at the Cloud Sea Peak disciple whose chest had caved in, Night Sorrow understood that this injury was serious. His chest bones were broken, and his internal organs were also heavily injured. Su Chenbai, take care of your disciple, the peak master of Cloud Sea Peak, Duan Lei, stood up and roared. His skills are inferior. What's there to say? Su Chenbai said indifferently. Using such a heavy hand in a competition between disciples of the same sect? Duan Lei's face was filled with anger. Su Mu could easily defeat this Cloud Sea Peak disciple who was only in the 1st level of element gathering tier, yet he still used such a heavy hand. It's a competition on the stage. There are winners and losers. Peak Master Duan, there's no need to be so angry, Jin Kan, who was Su Chenbai's friend, said. Su Mu only used one move, and he didn't attack when his opponent was defeated or admitted defeat. This is completely in accordance with the rules, right? Su Chenbai said again. Seeing that the Great Elder in linen clothes didn't say anything, Yan Beiji signaled that the next round could begin. When number 13 was called, Night Sorrow walked to the front of the stage and handed his card to Chu Lingxiao. The other Blue Rock Peak outer disciple also handed his card to Chu Lingxiao. Chu Lingxiao placed their cards on the table in front of him. On one side of the table was a bucket filled with cards. The winner's card would be written with their name and thrown into the bucket. The next round would be drawing lots. If 2 people were drawn, they would fight against each other randomly. Taishian Peak, Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow waved the reincarnation spear in his hand and announced his name. Blue Rock Peak, Chen He. The Blue Rock Peak outer disciple said. He was in the 2nd level of element gathering tier. He didn't break through to element gathering tier recently. He entered element gathering tier not long after Night Sorrow and the others entered Medicine Valley. Let the competition begin, Chu Lingxiao said. Hearing Chu Lingxiao's words, Chen He waved his battle saber and slashed at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow didn't move. He raised his right arm, and the reincarnation spear pierced directly at Chen He's chest. Chen He exerted force with his right arm and slashed at the reincarnation spear. Ding! Chapter 126. Chen He's expression changed. He had never imagined that his full-powered attack would not be able to move Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear at all. I lost. Chen He took a few steps back and said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow waved his right hand and put away his reincarnation spear. He then bowed slightly to Chu Lingxiao. Night Sorrow wins this match. Chu Lingxiao wrote Night Sorrow's name on the number 13 and put it into the bucket. At this moment, there were 7 tokens in the bucket. Night Sorrow walked down the arena. When he passed by the main peak seating area, Night Sorrow bowed to the Great Elder, who was wearing hemp clothes. The Great Elder smiled and nodded. When he reached the Taishian Peak, Night Sorrow bowed to Yu Yangyu again before returning to his seat. Just as he sat down, Night Sorrow felt someone looking at him. Following his intuition, Night Sorrow turned to look. He saw Sumu. When Sumu noticed Night Sorrow looking at him, he bared his teeth and made a throat-slitting gesture at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow only smiled casually. He knew that there was no point in trying to show off. This bastard. Aoi followed Night Sorrow's gaze and saw Sumu's gesture. Sixth senior sister, can I apply for a death match in the arena? Night Sorrow asked. Sumu's constant provocation made Night Sorrow want to kill him. You can apply, but it's hard to say if it will be approved, Aoi said. 13. Don't let others affect your mood. Gong Xian turned his head and reminded Night Sorrow. Su Feng, you're number 78. Ma Shizhuang exclaimed. Yes, number 78. Why? Shi Tianlin's disciple, Su Feng, said. I'm number 77. Ma Shizhuang said as he flipped open his token. What is this? Su Feng's face turned blue when he saw Ma Shizhuang's sign. Among the third-generation disciples under Yu Yangyu at Taishan Peak, Ma Shizhuang was the strongest, followed by Chu Ning and Tang Tian. If Su Feng were to meet Ma Shizhuang, he would have to go home after this competition. It's nothing. This is just a competition. Don't take it too seriously. Shi Tianlin glanced at Su Feng and said. The battle continued. From time to time, the disciples of Taishan Peak would go up, and they would always emerge victorious. The first defeat was Qiu Jing, the disciple of Night Sorrow's fifth senior brother, Lu Peng. He lost to Qian Yin from the main peak. Qian Yin was Chu Ling Zhao's disciple and was one of the 26 people selected for this year's apprenticeship ceremony. The two were originally evenly matched, but in the end, because Qian Yin was a bit faster, Qiu Jing was defeated. Don't mind him. He has a special bloodline. Gong Xian comforted Qiu Jing. Yes, I didn't expect to miss out on such a good seedling. Yu Yangyu nodded. At the last moment, Qian Yin's speed had increased, and his face had turned pale. This was a sign that he had used the power of his bloodline. Su Feng against Ma Shizhuang. He didn't give up like everyone expected. Instead, he fought seriously. This wasn't something that would happen to disciples from other peaks. Master, aren't they just letting outsiders benefit by fighting like this? Nangong Dai asked her master, Huan Nan. Yes, but Su Feng's performance was very good. Fighting like this is a form of respect for Ma Shizhuang, and also a form of respect for himself, Huan Nan said. We Taishan Peak disciples must be unyielding. We can't lose our fighting spirit at any time. You must remember this. Gong Xian said to the Taishan Peak disciples. Nangong Dai and the others bowed. She now understood that her thinking was wrong. Su Feng could choose not to fight, but that would be an insult to Ma Shizhuang. It would also be a waste of his year of hard work. When you meet Sumu later, just admit defeat, Gong Xian added. Nangong Dai, Ma Shizhuang, and the others were stunned by Gong Xian's words. This was because Gong Xian's words were contradictory. This is an order from your elders. It's different from your own attitude. Just listen to your elders' orders, Huan Nan said. You don't understand, right? Because your 13th uncle is here, you don't need to fight to the death. Taishan Peak's reputation won't be lost. Also, you're fighting that idiot now. It's not unyielding, it's reckless, Yang Lei said. Su Mu had been provoking them. In Yang Lei's eyes, he had dropped from a beast child to an idiot. I really want to kill him, Ma Shizhuang said through gritted teeth. You're not the only one who wants to kill him. Your 13th uncle wants to as well. Aoi lifted her chin in Night Sorrow's direction. 13th uncle, are you afraid he'll hurt them? Yang Lei said, pointing at Chu Ning and the others. On one hand, I think he's a scourge, Night Sorrow said. Master, what's that guy's cultivation level? Nangong Dai asked. 8th level of element gathering tier, Huan Nan glanced at Sumu and said. Don't worry. 13th uncle can take care of him, Nangong Dai said, waving her arms. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Tang Tian, Chu Ning, and the others also waved their arms, expressing their opinions. You have so much confidence in your 13th uncle? Gong Xian asked with a smile. And, we all have confidence in 13th uncle. Nangong Dai nodded seriously. The smile on her face had disappeared. You don't understand. This guy has lived with demonic beasts since he was young. Not only is he violent, but he's also very talented. He's said to have copper skin and iron bones, and has extraordinary strength. Plus, his cultivation level is much higher than yours. He's very difficult to deal with, Wu Qi said. He was still worried about Night Sorrow. Don't worry, second senior brother. I can do it, Night Sorrow said, expressing his opinion. While they were chatting, Su Feng lost. After all, in terms of cultivation level, he was much lower than Ma Shizhuang. Ma Shizhuang was already close to the peak of the 2nd level of element gathering tier. Battle after battle continued. Night Sorrow watched at first, intending to see the strengths of others. However, he soon gave up. Very few people used battle techniques, and there weren't many battle techniques. They all relied on their cultivation level and instincts to fight. 2 hours passed, and the first round ended. Half of the people were eliminated. Qiu Jing and Su Feng from Taishian Peak were eliminated. Next came the 2nd round. Chu Lingshao shook the lot bucket a few times, then put it aside. He then called for an elite disciple from the main peak to draw lots. This was to prevent any suspicion of cheating. The disciples from Taishian Peak went up one by one. The ones they met were all outer sect disciples from other peaks. These outer sect disciples' cultivation levels had kept up, but their weakness was that they weren't talented enough. They didn't have a master or anyone to guide them. Their strength was that their cultivation levels were more solid. These outer sect disciples couldn't be compared to the 3rd generation disciples from Taishian Peak. The 3rd generation disciples from Taishian Peak all successfully advanced. Night Sorrow sat steadily. Sumu didn't go up on stage either. He was looking forward to fighting Sumu. Then, the disciples from Taishian Peak would have one less huge threat. After Ma Shizhuang was called up to the stage, Chu Lingshao called out another name, Taishian Peak's Nangong Dai. Chapter 127. After hearing Su Feng's words, Gong Xian and the others laughed. Gong Xian and the others didn't care about this kind of battle. They only cared about the Taishian Peak getting first place. After Nangong Dai got on the stage, she took out her long sword and nodded at Ma Yezhuang. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Ma Yezhuang slightly bowed. Come, let's treat this as a spar to determine the victor. Nangong Dai smiled and made her move. On the stage, the two moved around and started to attack each other. Nangong Dai's advantage was her speed, while Ma Yezhuang's cultivation was deep. His attacks were heavy and powerful, relying on strength to break through technique. After fighting for a while, Ma Yezhuang found an opportunity and used his battle blade to knock Nangong Dai's longsword aside. The blade stopped in front of Nangong Dai and then retreated. Yes, this Taishian Peak's youngsters are all very outstanding. Second Elder Qian Wu, who was sitting beside the hemp-clothed old man, said. Indeed, a group of outstanding seedlings. The Great Elder nodded. After Ma Yezhuang and Nangong Dai got off the stage, Chu Lingshao called for Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow carried the reincarnation spear and walked onto the stage. He cupped his hands towards Chu Lingshao and then stood at the side of the stage, waiting for his opponent. What disappointed Night Sorrow was that his opponent wasn't Sumu, but a disciple of the Tianyue Peak called Kong Jun. Night Sorrow had seen him before. Back when Ao Lai was looking for trouble with him, Kong Jun and Qin Hai were by his side. His impression of the disciples of the Tianyue Peak was very bad. When Chu Lingshao called for the battle to begin, Knight Soro's feet shook and his body soared into the air. The reincarnation spear smashed down towards Kong Jun's head. Kong Jun exerted strength in his feet and retreated. He planned to wait for Knight Soro's attack to miss and attack when his strength was exhausted. As Kong Jun retreated, Knight Soro exerted strength in his waist and his legs fiercely swung backwards. His body pounced forward and closed the distance between him and Kong Jun. His spear still smashed towards Kong Jun's head. Seeing this scene, Kong Jun's expression changed and he quickly blocked with his longsword. Crack! With a crisp sound, the web between Kong Jun's thumb and index finger on his right hand was ruptured, and the longsword in his hand was broken. His body went limp and he half knelt on the ground. Knight Soro's reincarnation spear stopped half an inch above his head. Seeing this scene, many people heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone was worried that Knight Soro wouldn't be able to hold back and would smash Kong Jun's head open. "You lost?" Knight Soro asked. Kong Jun's left hand held the split webbing between his thumb and forefinger on his right hand, and he nodded with an ugly expression on his face. He was already in the peak period of the third level of element gathering tier. He had originally thought that he would be able to stand out in the sect competition, and that Luo Daoyuan would accept him as a disciple. However, he had not even been able to withstand a single blow from Knight Soro. Knight Soro wins on the 13th, Chu Lingshao threw Knight Soro's number into another bucket. That was the number that qualified him to continue fighting. Carrying the reincarnation spear, Knight Soro returned to his seat. 13th uncle is so domineering. Su Feng gave Knight Soro a thumbs up. Kong Jun was already very strong. It could even be said that Nangong Dai, Su Feng, and the others were no match for him. However, against Knight Soro, he only needed a single blow. "I was really afraid that you would kill him with that spear," Mo Chen said. He knew that Kong Jun had been an accomplice to the evildoer and had followed Ao Lai to find trouble with Knight Soro. He was worried that Knight Soro would take revenge on him. "It's not that bad. There's no deep hatred between us." Knight Soro shook his head. After a while, Sumu went up on stage. He once again used a heavy blow and injured a disciple of Danding Peak. In this year's newcomer competition, the outcome had already been decided. The first place would either be Knight Soro or Sumu. However, the two of them had completely different styles. Knight Soro was firm and domineering, while Sumu was cold and vicious. Chu Lingzhao's expression turned ugly. Everyone understood the situation. "Su Chenbai, you could fight for your reputation, but you couldn't send a lunatic to injure others. Sumu, know your limits. You have to respect your opponent." Yen Beiji said. "My opponent is in the top 10 of the Yuan roll." Sumu snorted. This caused the disciple of Danding Peak who was injured by Sumu to spit out blood. This was an insult, this was looking down on him. Sumu meant that he wasn't even a match for him. WW first. Humph. Yen Beiji snorted. The battles continued. With every round, the number of people was reduced by half. The disciples of Taishian Peak did not meet Sumu. Their opponents were all outer sect disciples. The unlucky Jiang Mingshi, Shi Chong, Qi Yun, and Shenrong were eliminated. Jiang Ziming and Shi Chong met their own people from Taishian Peak. One met Chu Ning, while the other met Tang Tian. They could only spar and lose. Shenrong was defeated by Qin Hai. Qin Hai was now at the peak of third level of element gathering tier. Needless to say, he had taken the origin strengthening pill. Qi Yun and Qi Shi lost to Tan Dong, a disciple of Yun Hai Peak. Tan Dong was in the same batch as them. At noon, the names of the top 10 were out. Taishian Peak had 6 people: Knight Soro, Chu Ning, Tang Tian, Ma Zhuang, Ning Cheng, and Qing Jiang. Nangong Dai, Su Feng, Jiang Ziming, and Shi Chong were defeated by their own people. Qiu Jing lost to Qian Yin of Danding Peak, Shen Rong lost to Qin Hai, and Qi Yun lost to Tan Dong. This was the current situation of Taishan Peak. During this year's disciple recruitment ceremony, Yu Yangyu brought back 13 people. Excluding Night Sorrow, there were still 12 people left. Mo Chen did not accept any disciples. Back then, Gong Xian received the order to arrange one disciple for each of his juniors besides Night Sorrow, Chu Ning, and Tang Tian. However, the extra one was given to the second disciple, Wu Qi. Under Yu Yangyu's disciples at Taishan Peak, only Gong Xian and Wu Qi were dual disciples. Next, it was time to draw lots. The remaining 10 people each had 1 point. 1 point would be added for every win, and none for every loss. Whoever had the highest number of points would be the champion. The first match was between Night Sorrow and Tan Dong. Tan Dong bowed to Yishang and directly admitted defeat. After watching a few of Yishang's battles, Tan Dong knew that he wasn't Yishang's match, so he simply admitted defeat to preserve his strength. The second match was between Qingjiang and Su Mu. Qingjiang also admitted defeat. "Coward, Yu Yangyu, are these your disciples from Taishan Peak?" Su Chenbai asked. "Enough. Medicine Valley's 12 peaks are bound together for good or ill. Why are you belittling the other peaks?" Before Yu Yangyu could speak, the second elder, Qian Wu, spoke up. His face was full of unhappiness. He clearly did not agree with Su Chenbai's actions. Su Chenbai was stunned and did not speak. He did not expect Qian Wu to speak at this time. Most of the following battles forfeited. Knowing that there was no chance of winning, there was no point in fighting to the death. In the middle, Tang Tian and Chu Ning fought once. Their cultivation and power were about the same. In fact, it was just a spar. In the end, Chu Ning won by using his family's battle technique. "Old Nine, you're too shameless." Before leaving the stage, Tang Tian still looked at Chu Ning with disdain. After 5 battles in the first round, there was a break. Next was the second round. When the lots were drawn, those who met each other would be redrawn. There would not be a second battle. In the second round, Qin Hai was the first to go on stage. Then, Chu Ling Shao called out Night Sorrow's name. Seeing that it was Night Sorrow, Qin Hai's expression changed. Chapter 128. After listening to Night Sorrow's words, Yang Lei laughed. With that kind of trash, he dares to bully 13th uncle. What a joke. He kicked 13th uncle in the past and almost caused 13th uncle to fail in the disciple recruitment ceremony. Now that retribution is here, he will die a horrible death. Although they were both from Red Flame City, Tang Tian did not like Qin Hai and Qin Shan. Qin Hai's facial expression was very interesting. His muscles twitched. No one knew if he was going to fight or admit defeat. After thinking for a while, Qin Hai spun the long sword in his right hand and held it in a reverse grip. Then, he bowed towards Night Sorrow. Just when everyone thought that Qin Hai was admitting defeat, Qin Hai's left hand slapped the hilt of the sword in his right hand. The long sword in his right hand flashed a ray of light and shot towards Night Sorrow. "You're courting death." Yang Lei stood up and roared. Aoi also stood up. She was also very excited, but she still held on to Yang Lei. Night Sorrow took a step sideways and dodged Qin Hai's long sword. At this time, Qin Hai rushed forward and entered the range of the reincarnation spear. His left arm blocked the attack path of the reincarnation spear and his right fist smashed towards Night Sorrow's chest. Night Sorrow did not move from his original position. He raised his left hand and slapped towards Qin Hai's right fist. The moment he slapped, a faint red energy circle appeared on Night Sorrow's palm. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, followed by blood and flesh flying. Qin Hai's right arm was directly shattered by Night Sorrow's palm. After shattering Qin Hai's arm, Night Sorrow did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at Qin Hai coldly. Too vicious. Is there a need to be so heavy-handed in a competition between fellow disciples? When Qin Hai's right arm was shattered and he staggered backwards, Jin Kan stood up and roared loudly. Brother! Brother! Is there a need to launch a sneak attack in a competition between fellow disciples? Can you be a little more shameless? Cloud Sea Peak's Peak Master Duan Lei said. Martial uncle. Chu Ling Xiao looked at Yen Bei Bei. He really couldn't stop Jin Kan and Duan Lei from fighting. Qin Hai launched a sneak attack first. Night Sorrow defended himself after that. He did not violate any rules. Night Sorrow wins. Go and rest. Yen Bei Bei ignored Jin Kan and Duan Lei and ended the dispute. Night Sorrow withdrew his reincarnation spear and left the stage. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Why did he let out a sigh of relief? He was really worried that Qin Hai would admit defeat. If that happened, it would be very difficult for him to vent his anger. After returning to his seat, Night Sorrow sat down. 13. How domineering. Quickly recover and wait for the next battle, Yang Lei said as she patted Yishan's shoulder. Night Sorrow nodded and began to close his eyes to replenish the energy he had expended. In fact, he hadn't expended much energy. Qin Hai was too weak, so he couldn't disperse the energy vortex on his left hand. Behind Jin Kan, Luo Daoyuan, Qin Zhan, and the others had ugly expressions. Luo Daoyuan had already promised to help Qin Hai enter the sect after the disciple recruitment ceremony. However, Qin Hai had lost an arm. How could he enter the sect? Qin Zhan's expression changed because Qin Hai was his younger brother. Qin Hai had been crippled by Night Sorrow, so he was naturally angry. On the North Pole Peak, Qin Zhan looked at Qin Hai with a strange expression. There was pity and disdain in his eyes. In the following battles, if they didn't admit defeat, they would spar on the stage. After this round, Yen Beiji announced a 30-minute break. After the 30-minute break, Yen Beiji called for Su Mu. At this moment, Su Mu and Night Sorrow had won twice. Chu Ling Xiao picked Chu Ning from the lot that didn't battle with him. Chu Ning smiled and went up the stage. He looked at Chu Ling Xiao and said, "Martial uncle, let me stretch my muscles before we begin." After speaking, Chu Ning stretched his neck and occasionally kicked his legs and shook his arms. He also glanced at Night Sorrow from time to time. Su Mu stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. No matter what you do, the result won't change. Chu Ning, if you don't prepare yourself, then I'll take it as you forfeit. Chu Ling Zhao's face was a bit red. Chu Ning was too embarrassing. The Chu family had never produced such a person. Okay, I'm ready. I've thought about it and decided to forfeit. When Su Mu was about to make a move, Chu Ning forfeited. After forfeiting, Chu Ning didn't immediately leave the stage. He stretched out his hand and flicked the non-existent dust off his robe. He even tidied up his hair that wasn't messy at all. Only then did he slowly walk down the stage. 11th Martial Uncle, do you think I'm elegant enough? Chu Ning said when he arrived beside Mo Chen. Very good. In our Taishan Peak, other than me, you're the only one. Mo Chen said with a smile. His words made everyone blush. Chu Ning was embarrassing enough, but Mo Chen, who had always kept a low profile, said such words. He was too shameless. Because the two of them were talking, they didn't lower their voices, so everyone heard it. Cough cough. Chu Ning, quickly sit back down. Gong Xian couldn't bear it anymore. This Chu Ning was completely different from the Taishan Peak. However, he also knew that Chu Ning was trying to buy time for Night Sorrow to recover. Everyone knew the might of the heaven-covering hand, but they also knew its drawbacks. It was a huge consumption of qi. Striking out with a palm would consume most of one's qi. This was common knowledge. Therefore, Chu Ning didn't know that Night Sorrow didn't consume much qi. When Chu Ning returned, Night Sorrow also opened his eyes. Thank you. Actually, I didn't consume much qi. Chu Ning nodded towards Night Sorrow. 13th uncle, you're too polite. I was just playing. I was very happy playing with him. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yu Yangyu, who was drinking tea, trembled. He was even a bit worried that the Taishian Peak's reputation would be ruined by Chu Ning. Chu Ning came down, and Ma Shizhuang went up. Currently, besides Night Sorrow, Ma Shizhuang's combat skills were the best in Taishian Peak. He hadn't lost yet, and everyone else had admitted defeat. Ma Shizhuang's opponent was Qian Yin. Qian Yin's strength was his speed. Ma Shizhuang, who was holding a saber, didn't give Qian Yin a chance to display his speed. The saber in his hand opened and closed. In the end, Qian Yin was forced off the stage and won. Tang Tian went up and defeated Tan Dong. Look! On the N edition, Chapter J next, Chu Ling Xiao called for Night Sorrow to go up. This time, he met Ning Cheng, and Ning Cheng also admitted defeat. The battle continued, and all 10 people had to fight. Night Sorrow's side defeated Tan Dong, Qin Hai, and Ning Cheng. Next was Qian Yin, Chu Ning, Qing Jiang, and Ma Shizhuang. Finally, only Su Mu and Tang Tian were left. Once again, Night Sorrow drew Tang Tian. Ha, I originally thought that I would be able to bully 13th uncle after defeating that fellow. Looks like there's no hope. I forfeit. Tang Tian laughed slyly. This was also Tang Tian's last match. Out of the 10 of them, almost all of them had finished 9 matches. Currently, the ones with the best combat skills were Night Sorrow and Su Mu. Yuan Zhuang had lost twice, Chu Ning had lost thrice, and behind them were Qian Yin and Tang Tian. Chapter 129. Currently, the first and second placings had yet to be determined. The winner of the final battle between Night Sorrow and Su Mu would be ranked first, while the loser would be ranked second with 9 points. Aside from the 2 of them, Ma Shizhuang had the highest points. He had lost 2 matches and admitted defeat to Night Sorrow and Su Mu. Next was Chu Ning. She had lost 1 more match than Ma Shizhuang because of Ma Shizhuang. Then came Qian Yin, Tang Tian, Ning Cheng, Qing Jiang, and Tan Dong. Qin Hai had the worst results. How could he fight with a limp arm? He had to admit defeat no matter who he encountered. When Chu Ling Xiao called out Night Sorrow and Su Mu's names, the 2 of them walked onto the arena. Everyone knew that this was the final battle of the Medicine Valley's newcomer competition. The 2 of them were strong enough to enter the Yuan role. This was something that had never happened in the past newcomer competitions. This was also the opinion of some people who did not know the inside story. Those who knew the inside story of the Medicine Valley knew that this was a competition between Taishian Peak and Nine Peak. It was also a competition between Yu Yangyu and Su Chenbai. It could even be said that this competition involved the direction of the next Valley Master. Can I request a death match? Su Mu asked Yan Beibei while gritting his teeth and shaking his neck. He had said what Night Sorrow wanted to say. Why? Yan Beibei frowned. He was disgusted by Su Mu. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back. Su Mu looked at Night Sorrow as if he was looking at prey. Peak Master Yan, I agree to a death match. Staining the arena with blood is the true nature of a martial artist. Night Sorrow took out the reincarnation spear from his back. Great Elder, what do you think? Yan Beibei looked at the Great Elder, who was dressed in linen clothes. You can fight as you wish. However, if one side admits defeat, you cannot continue fighting, the Great Elder said while tapping the ground with his walking stick. You heard what the Great Elder said. Once one side admits defeat, no more fighting is allowed, Yan Beiji said. Although he said that, he knew that the problem was a little serious. Su Mu was filled with a bestial nature, so it was impossible for him to admit defeat. As for Night Sorrow, he had noticed this during the disciple recruitment ceremony. He had an unyielding personality and would not admit defeat even if he died in battle. It was hard to say what the final outcome of this battle would be. Su Mu's cultivation was much higher than Yi Shang's, but Yan Beibei's eyes were sharp. He could tell that Yi Shang's body was extremely tough. Yan Beibei wasn't the only one who knew this. The other peak masters and elders could tell as well. Currently, it seemed like Su Mu was strong, but the outcome of the battle was still unknown. Su Mu took out his weapon. It was a long saber with a 4-foot-long hilt and a 2-foot-long blade. The back of the saber was covered in barbs that flickered with a dim light. The consequences of being struck by such a weapon would be dire. In the previous battle, Su Mu had only worn a metal claw glove on his right hand and had not used this savage weapon. Since we're all from the same sect, I hope you'll stop there. Let's begin. Yan Beiji said. Roar. With a low roar, Su Mu leaped forward and slashed at Night Sorrow with the saber in his hands. Night Sorrow took a step forward and swung his reincarnation spear at the black saber. Both horizontal and horizontal blocks were at a disadvantage. If the force exerted was different, the strength would not reach its peak. Therefore, Night Sorrow swung his reincarnation spear. Night Sorrow did not dodge. He wanted to see how strong Su Mu, who was known for his extraordinary talent and iron bones, was. Bang! With a loud explosion, Su Mu was forced to retreat 2 zhang. Night Sorrow also retreated 4 steps. Night Sorrow did not use any techniques because he wanted to feel out Su Mu's strength. When Su Mu retreated, both of his feet tapped on the ground, causing spider webs to appear on the bluestone floor. Footprints appeared in front of Night Sorrow, and cracks also appeared on the bluestone floor. After retreating 4 steps, Night Sorrow stomped on his hind legs and charged at Su Mu. His reincarnation spear smashed at Su Mu with 42 strands of vibration force. When he was at the peak of the 3rd level of element gathering tier, Night Sorrow could use 39 strands of vibration force. Now, he could use 42 strands. When Night Sorrow smashed his spear, Su Mu held his saber with both hands and swung it horizontally. Night Sorrow took his saber attack head-on. Now that Night Sorrow had launched his spear attack, he would be at a disadvantage if he did not take it head-on. Their weapons clashed, but the result was completely different from the last time. Wang! The instant their weapons clashed, Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear released a powerful vibration, directly deflecting Su Mu's saber. The reincarnation spear continued to smash downwards, aiming for Su Mu's head. Su Mu's expression changed. He let go of his saber and threw a punch at the tip of Night Sorrow's spear. He borrowed the force to retreat quickly. After gaining the upper hand with his spear attack, Night Sorrow used Dragon Leap steps. After taking a few steps forward, his reincarnation spear pierced out once again. His target was Su Mu's throat. Night Sorrow gained the upper hand with just 2 moves. This was something no one had expected. Su Chenbai stood up with a frown on his face. Su Mu was his trump card for this sect-wide competition. If he lost, it would be a huge loss of face. In fact, Su Chenbai had taken in Su Mu as his last disciple and sent him to participate in the battle of the newcomers. This was already a bit embarrassing. If Su Mu lost as well, he would lose both face and face. After gaining the upper hand, Night Sorrow did not give Su Mu the chance to use his saber arts to attack. He realized that Su Mu's strength was almost on par with his own. He had cultivated the myriad Tao treasured tome, so his arms had a strength of 13,000 to 14,000 jin. Su Mu was born with this kind of strength, so he was indeed very powerful. Su Mu retreated step by step. Night Sorrow's spear art was fast and fierce, and it also carried the Valiant Vibration Sutra. Su Mu could not use his saber arts, so he could only block with his saber and punch with his right fist. However, Su Mu retreated in a semicircle. He was doing this to prevent Night Sorrow from forcing him to the edge of the stage. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. Night Sorrow became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Without using the energy in his body, his arms had a strength of 13,000 to 14,000 jin. With the addition of the vibration force, he could already suppress Sumu. Sumu let out a bestial roar as he was suppressed by night sorrow. He could not use his saber, and he could not use his strength. The sullen feeling made him go berserk. His true chi was stronger than Night Sorrow's, but Night Sorrow's vibration force was very difficult to deal with. No matter how much strength he used, he would be shaken away. It was as if he was hitting cotton. Looking at the original chapter, is Chenbai done? The great elder tapped the ground with his walking stick and asked. Su Mu's cultivation is profound. He is only being suppressed temporarily. They will not stop until they admit defeat. We can continue. The muscles at the corner of Su Chenbai's eyes twitched as he said this. Hee. The great elder laughed helplessly. The second elder beside him also sighed. They knew that this was the best time for them to stop fighting. Su Chenbai would not lose too much face. Die! Sumu let out a loud roar. He did not care about Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear attack and slashed his saber towards Night Sorrow's neck. He was fighting with the intention of perishing together with Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow's arms shook, and the reincarnation spear fiercely pulled back with 42 vibration force. Night Sorrow would not do something like perishing together with his opponent. Chapter 130. Night Sorrow, stop! Su Chenbai shouted. He was a little anxious because Su Mu, who didn't have a weapon, wouldn't be a match for Night Sorrow. Su Chenbai was Su Chenbai's trump card to attack the Taishan Peak. He didn't want to give up on Su Mu in this sect competition. No matter what, Su Mu was a good seedling of the Nine Peak. He had extraordinary talent and was the best candidate to inherit his legacy. When Su Chenbai shouted, Su Mu jumped and pounced on Night Sorrow. He punched at Night Sorrow with both his fists. Shut up! What are you trying to do? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Yu Yang stood up and reprimanded him loudly. Su Chenbai had gone too far. He had shouted for Yi Shang, not for Su Mu to stop. Su Mu was still attacking. If Yi Shang had really stopped, then regardless of whether they were defeated or not, the one who would be injured would have been Yi Shang. Yang Yu, don't be impatient. Chenbai, there must be a bottom line in everything. Medicine Valley can't lose face. The great elder's expression was somewhat cold and solemn. Su Chenbai's actions had already disturbed his calm heart. While Yu Yang and Su Chenbai were fighting below the stage, the situation on the stage changed. Night Sorrow used the dragon leap steps and took a few steps forward to widen the distance between him and Su Mu. Then, he swept his reincarnation spear horizontally and stabbed forward, forcing Su Mu to retreat. Only by doing this did he gain the upper hand after knocking down Su Mu's weapon. After stabilizing his footing, Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear continued to attack Su Mu. Without the battle saber in his hand, Su Mu couldn't withstand Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear with only one claw. Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear hit him so hard that he covered his head and stomped his feet. However, he didn't admit defeat. Aren't you very arrogant? Weren't you blocking our Taishan Peak's new disciples at Tianji Tower? Yi Shang scolded Su Mu every time he drew his spear. Su Mu relied on his true energy to channel into his arms to block Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear. Not only did he consume a lot of his true energy, he also couldn't withstand the pain. His rage and pain caused his face to turn purple. Watch small story for free equals tell story, alright. Well said. Over at Taishan Peak, Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and the others clapped and cheered when they saw Su Mu being beaten up by Night Sorrow. At this moment, everyone was waiting for void admiration to admit defeat. Without a weapon, he simply couldn't withstand Night Sorrow's wind-chasing spear technique. What's there to be arrogant about fighting barehanded people with weapons? Zheng Jia, the third disciple of the Nine Peak, shouted at the Taishan Peak. Using a weapon to fight someone who is unarmed? Is there something wrong with your head? Sumu didn't have a weapon when he went on stage. You don't even have a beggar's stick, yet you still have the face to blabber. Hearing Zheng Jie's words, the second-generation disciples of Taishian Peak didn't say anything, but Chu Ning couldn't take it anymore. Zheng Jie's words were very immoral, but they were also the truth. Impudent. Gong Xian turned around and glared at Chu Ning. However, he still felt very comfortable in his heart. The people of Nine Yin Peak deserved a scolding. Chu Lingxiao's face turned to the side. The Chu clan was an aristocratic family with a heritage of many years. However, it had never produced a person like Chu Ning. His mouth was too vicious. Night Sorrow whipped Sumu again, causing him to jump around while holding his left arm with his right hand. He then turned to look at Zheng Jie. You may be shameless, but I am. Our Taishian Peak is shameless. Are you saying that since I have a weapon now, it's unfair for me to win? I'll give your Nine Yin Peak a chance. After speaking, Night Sorrow raised his right arm and shot the reincarnation spear toward the edge of the stage. Boom! With a muffled sound, the reincarnation spear stabbed into a pillar at the edge of the stage. It was 3 feet deep. Powder appeared on the pillar near the body of the spear, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared all around it. The entire stage was filled with gasps. Just how much strength was used? That was a pillar made of 1,000-year-old ironwood. Night Sorrow put down the spear and used Dragon Leap to charge at Sumu. Energy whirlpools appeared on both his hands. One was light blue, the other light red. The difference in color was because Night Sorrow's left hand was using the energy in his flesh and blood, while his right hand was using the true qi in his dantian. This was Night Sorrow's first time using the Zhen Yu hand with both hands. When he arrived in front of Sumu, Night Sorrow swatted out with his left hand to meet Sumu's right fist. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sumu was forced back. The sleeve of his right hand fluttered like a butterfly, completely shattered by the Zhen Yu hand in Night Sorrow's left hand. It was only because Sumu's right hand was wearing a claw glove that he wasn't seriously injured. This wasn't the end. After Night Sorrow swatted with his left hand, he took a step back and closed in on Sumu. His right hand once again swatted at Sumu. If you have the ability, don't admit defeat. When he saw Night Sorrow swatting at him again, fear appeared in Sumu's eyes. His right hand was protected by a claw glove, but it was still numb. Now that Night Sorrow was attacking again, he was somewhat afraid. It was too late for him to retreat. In order to avoid being hit in the chest, Sumu could only raise his left hand to block Night Sorrow's right palm. With another muffled sound, Sumu was sent flying by Night Sorrow's palm. His left hand was dripping with blood. This was because he was innately gifted. His muscles and bones were as tough as iron, so he didn't end up like Qin Hai. Come, get up and continue. Night Sorrow soared into the air and kicked Sumu, who was lying on the ground. Ignoring the pain from his bloody left arm, Sumu rolled to the side and dodged Night Sorrow's kick. Puff! Limestone chips flew everywhere. Night Sorrow's kick had the force of 10,000 jin, creating a ditch in the limestone floor. A humanoid weapon. If Sumu's initial performance was like a humanoid Yao, then the current Night Sorrow was a humanoid weapon. His punches and kicks were extremely powerful. After missing his kick, Night Sorrow leapt into the air and chased after Sumu once more. A faint red vortex of energy condensed in his left hand once more. Sumu crawled to his feet and let out a low roar. He charged at Night Sorrow once more. He had already lost all reason. The bestial instincts hidden within his body flared up. Night Sorrow's Jinyu hand once again swatted at Sumu's right hand. After the collision of energy, the metal claw glove on Sumu's right hand was sent flying in all directions. His right arm was also covered in blood. After receiving 2 of Night Sorrow's Jinyu hands, Sumu's claw glove couldn't take it any longer and shattered. Night Sorrow charged forward once more, closing in on Sumu. If it were anyone else, Night Sorrow wouldn't be so aggressive. This Su Mu had provoked Taishan Peak many times. He had even prevented Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and the others from completing Tianji Tower's missions. This was a slap to Taishan Peak's face. Night Sorrow couldn't take it. Furthermore, Su Mu wanted to fight to the death. His heart was filled with killing intent, so Night Sorrow wasn't going to be polite. Seeing Night Sorrow charge at him once more, Su Mu, who had been beaten awake and scared, continuously retreated until he finally reached the bottom of the stage. Night Sorrow leapt up and pounced down from the stage. As long as Su Mu didn't admit defeat, he would continue to fight. Enough! Su Chenbai's body flashed, blocking Night Sorrow's path. Chapter 131. Su Mu retreated very quickly, but the piercing the heavens spear was even faster. It did not hit Su Mu's abdomen, but hit Su Mu's right thigh. Carrying Su Mu, the spear flew 2 zhang away, and Su Mu was nailed to the ground. How dare you! I told you to stop, and you still dare to continue? Su Mu reprimanded, sending a palm strike towards Night Sorrow. I've tolerated you for too long. How dare you touch my disciple? At the critical moment, Yu Yangyu appeared. He grabbed Night Sorrow's shoulder with one hand and pulled Night Sorrow behind him, while his other hand slapped at Su Chenbai. Bang! With a loud explosion, Yu Yangyu took 2 steps back with Night Sorrow. Su Chenbai kicked. Thud! Thud! He took 6 or 7 steps back before he could regain his balance. At this time, the first elder in hemp clothes appeared and stood between Yu Yangyu and Su Chenbai. Master, help disciple block him. I want to beat him into submission today. Night Sorrow glanced at Su Chenbai and walked towards Su Mu. I admit defeat. Don't come over. Su Mu was truly afraid at this time. Whatever ferocious bestial nature he had was completely gone. #update you knew fastest dollar. Night Sorrow walked in front of him. Ignoring Su Mu's screams, he shook him twice and pulled out the sky-piercing grass. Remember, don't provoke me, a disciple of Taishan Peak. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. After putting away the sky-piercing spear, Night Sorrow came to Yu Yangyu's side. Are you okay? Yu Yangyu turned to look at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded and looked at Su Chenbai. 9th Peak Master, I'll remember this. Su Chenbai's expression was cold and he didn't say anything. He went to help the heavily injured Su Mu up. Su Chenbai, you have to give me an explanation. Yu Yangyu had no intention of letting it go. 3rd senior brother, let's let the great elder handle this matter. Yan Bei walked over and said. He was worried that Yu Yangyu's radical actions would hurt the great elder's face. The first elder tapped his walking stick and looked at the second elder who was walking over. Senior brother, it's my fault for not teaching my disciples well. Second elder Qian Wu slightly bowed to first elder. It's not your fault. Deal with it. First elder nodded at Qian Wu. Qian Wu looked at Su Chenbai and made his decision. Interfering with the rules of the arena without permission is a vile behavior. I'll punish you with 10 years of cultivation resources. In addition, you'll be stripped of your position as the sect's protector. Go back and face the wall. Master. Su Chenbai was stunned when he heard the punishment. This punishment meant that he was no longer qualified to compete with Yu Yangyu. He was no longer the sect's protector, so how could he compete for the position of Valley Master? In the Medicine Valley, the position of the 12 Peak Masters was lower than the Valley Master and the Elders. They were the sect's protectors. Not only could they manage their own peak, but they could also restrain the disciples of the other peaks. Now, Qian Wu had stripped Su Chenbai of his position as protector. This punishment was quite severe. Senior brother, what do you think? Qian Wu ignored Su Chenbai and looked at the first elder. It's settled then. Bebe, announce the results of tomorrow's Yuan list competition. The first elder left after he finished speaking. Qian Wu's punishment was very fair and even a little harsh. You've disappointed me. Qian Wu glanced at Su Chenbai before he sighed and left. Yan Bebe immediately announced the rankings of this year's newcomer competition. Night Sorrow had a perfect record and was worthy of being called the newcomer king. Su Mu was ranked second, but he didn't have much face. Then, it was Ma Zhuang and the others' rankings. Night Sorrow, who had retrieved his reincarnation spear and followed Yu Yangyu back to the Taishian Peak seats, was grabbed by Shi Tianlin and thrown into the air. When he landed, he was thrown into the air by Mo Chen. Then, he was thrown into the air by his senior brothers and sisters before he was let off. While Night Sorrow and the others were celebrating, Tai Kun walked over and bowed to Yu Yangyu. Martial uncle, can you return my junior brother's weapon to him? No, why should I? Chu Ning, who had been carrying Su Mu's battle saber, shouted. Slap! Gong Xian waved his hand and slapped Chu Ning's head. The elders are talking. If you interrupt again, see how I'll deal with you. Senior brother Gong, this brat has been spoiled at home. He needs to be dealt with, Chu Lingxiao said as he walked over. Gong Xian nodded at Chu Lingxiao. This is his nature. It's fine if it's not outrageous. 13, what do you think? Yu Yangyu heard Tai Kun's words and looked at Night Sorrow. Normally, weapons had to be returned in this kind of competition. However, Su Chenbai didn't follow the rules and Yu Yangyu didn't want to follow the rules either. Therefore, he asked for Night Sorrow's opinion. Give it to him. It's nothing, Night Sorrow said. Okay, you guys go back early and cultivate. There's still a Yuan ranking competition tomorrow. Yu Yangyu left after instructing them. Chu Ning was very reluctant, but he still returned Su Mu's battle saber to Tai Kun. After nodding at Gong Xian, Tai Kun took the battle saber and left with the 9 Yin Peak disciples. Su Chenbai had left long ago. He didn't have the face to stay. 13, you're too savage. It's a pity that the spear didn't kill him, Yang Lei said. Yes, that guy is very alert to danger. I'm still too weak. If the sky-piercing spear was just a bit faster, I would have been able to kill him. Night Sorrow hated Su Mu's snake-like gaze. 13, I think you really wanted to kill him. Why did you give up on the reincarnation spear? Aoi asked, puzzled. This was also what the others didn't understand. I had the reincarnation spear and he was wearing the golden iron claw gauntlets. If he defended with all his strength, I could only injure him. It was impossible to kill him. Even if he didn't admit defeat, he would have been stopped. I had to give up my weapon and fight him in close combat to have a chance to kill him, Night Sorrow said. Indeed, but it doesn't matter. This time, you've beaten him until he's afraid. 13, you said it well. Don't provoke the disciples of Taishian Peak. Otherwise, you'll beat them up every time you see them. Those words are so domineering, Yang Lei said as she hugged Night Sorrow's shoulder. Previously, he blocked Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and the others from doing their missions. I was angry, but I wasn't strong enough at the time, Night Sorrow said. Thank you, 13th uncle, for helping us vent our anger. When I have time, I'll treat 13th uncle to a drink, Tang Tian said. 13, go back and recover today. Tomorrow is the Yuan ranking competition. You have to participate, Gong Xian said to Night Sorrow. Can I participate in the Yuan ranking competition? Night Sorrow asked in astonishment. Of course you can. However, the Yuan ranking competition isn't as complicated as today. It's a challenge mode. You see who you can defeat and challenge. If you win, his position will be yours, Gong Xian said. Then I'll participate. Night Sorrow made a decision. He wanted to drag Qin Zhan down. In the Medicine Valley, if the person Night Sorrow hated the most was Su Mu, then Qin Zhan would be number 2. If it wasn't for the enlightenment, he would have been bullied at the Grass Valley Inn. Chapter 132. What's wrong? You look pretty excited. Hua Nan smiled at Night Sorrow. Yes, I want to fight it out with that Tianyue Peaks Qin Zhan. Night Sorrow nodded seriously. Yes, deal with that bastard. Just looking at him makes me angry. Tang Tian said loudly. What does it have to do with you? Why are you shouting? Gong Xian turned around and glanced at Tang Tian. It doesn't have much to do with me. It's just that he blocked 13th uncle at the inn in Grass Valley Town and wanted to deal with 13th uncle. If it wasn't for senior brother enlightenment stopping him, who knows what would have happened. Tang Tian revealed Qin Zhan's evil deeds. Sigh, how did the world become like this? Aoi sighed. The human heart is not what it used to be. The human heart is the most difficult to understand. Since he's looking for trouble with you, you should get back at him. However, it'll be difficult. These veteran disciples of the Yuan ranking are still very strong. Yang Lei patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said. She had always supported Night Sorrow. Get back at him if you can. Suppressing him will only cause a knot in your heart, which is detrimental to the development of your mental state. Let's go back. Gong Xian said to Night Sorrow and then walked out of the plaza. Night Sorrow pondered as he walked. Was there a problem with his mental state? He didn't want to let go of someone he had a grudge with. 13th uncle, what are you thinking about? Aoi asked when she saw Night Sorrow frowning as he walked. 6th senior sister, am I going too far? Today, I want to kill Su Mu, and tomorrow, I want to deal with Qin Zhan. I'm really not an evil person. Night Sorrow said with some hesitation. You should have a kind heart, but you don't have to be soft-hearted when dealing with petty people. There's nothing wrong with you. After this sect tournament, don't return to the bamboo forest peak. Senior sister will accompany you to drink tea at the Dragon Spring courtyard and resolve the problem of your mental state. Aoi thought for a moment and said. She understood that regardless of whether Night Sorrow's mental state had a problem, he was still at a loss at the moment. After returning to Taishan Peak, Night Sorrow went to Aoi's bamboo forest pavilion and entered his loft to meditate. After the final battle with Su Mu, Night Sorrow had consumed a lot of his stamina. Aoi once again explained Night Sorrow's situation. It's not a mental state. You saw what happened today. Su Chenbai came forward to stop him, but he still wanted to kill Su Mu. This shows that as long as he wants to do it, he must do it. There's nothing to say about his mental fortitude. At the moment, he's just a little confused. Aoi, if you have time, you can enlighten him. After this, his future will be much better. Yu Yangyu was not worried. Yu Yangyu was very satisfied with Night Sorrow's performance today. Not only in terms of combat strength, but also in terms of Night Sorrow's control of the situation and mentality. What he was most satisfied with was that after Su Chenbai came forward, Night Sorrow still wanted to kill Su Mu. This was something that ordinary disciples of the Medicine Valley could never do. After listening to Yu Yangyu's arrangement, Gong Xian and the others were relieved. They were really worried about this little junior brother. Night Sorrow ate the spirit congealing pill and the leopard embryo muscle strengthening pill, and recovered to his peak state in 4 hours. When he recovered, the sky was full of stars. It was midnight. Night Sorrow simply cultivated until dawn, took a bath, and walked out of the loft. After washing up, eat something. You seem to be in good shape, Aoi said. 6th senior sister, do you know the rankings of the Yuan board? Night Sorrow asked. I know a few people. After all, I don't really care about the Yuan board. The first place seems to be Danding Peak Shiyun Shao, the second place is Crepe Myrtle's Lanyu, and the third place you know is Enlightenment, Aoi said. What are their cultivations? Night Sorrow asked. Last year, Shi Yunxiao was in the 8th level of Element Gathering Realm, and so was Enlightenment. Lan Yu is in the 9th level of Element Gathering Realm, but there are some differences in battle techniques and battle experience. Perhaps some of them have entered the core condensation realm. They can't possibly stay in the Element Gathering Realm for long, Aoi said. I know, they should have all advanced. Night Sorrow sat at the table and said. Not necessarily. Not everyone is like you, cultivating so quickly. After entering the Element Gathering Realm, the energy needed to advance is huge. After the 8th and 9th levels, they need to stabilize their cultivation. Otherwise, they will be unlucky when they enter the core condensation realm. No one wants to enter the false core realm and stay in the false core realm, Aoi said. After that, Night Sorrow found out that many people would stay in the peak of Element Gathering Realm. This was a watershed in cultivation. After successfully passing it, they would condense their core and become a true cultivator. Once they were stuck in the false core realm, it would be very troublesome. The false core realm was a gap between the Element Gathering Realm and the core condensation realm. Once they fell in, they would have to slowly climb back up. In other words, the false core realm is a stage that all cultivators must avoid, right? Night Sorrow asked. Yes, the false core realm cultivators and demonic beasts are much stronger than the Element Gathering Realm cultivators and demonic beasts. However, no one wants to enter the false core realm. Who doesn't want to directly enter the core condensation realm? Aoi nodded. This also means that when I participate in the Yuan ranking contest, I will meet many people in the peak of Element Gathering Realm, Night Sorrow deduced from Aoi's words. Yes, you now have the strength to fight against those in the peak of Element Gathering Realm. Also, they definitely won't have as many abnormal battle techniques as you. Use the shock force to block them. Once they get into close combat, they won't be your match, Aoi said with a smile. She had confidence in Night Sorrow. I'll work hard, Night Sorrow said with a smile. You've already won the title of Newcomer King. If you can also win a place in the top 10 of the Yuan ranking, then you'll be setting a precedent in the Medicine Valley. In our Medicine Valley, no newcomer has such a record. Aoi looked at Night Sorrow and said with excitement in her eyes. If Night Sorrow did it, then it would be a grand event at Taishian Peak. It would also be a milestone in the cultivation path of the Medicine Valley's disciples. Later, when they were eating, Aoi told Night Sorrow a piece of news. Shi Yunxiao's family had a middle-level talent, which was that they could use their arms to attack joints. Ordinary people's arms could only bend inward. However, in Shi Yunxiao's family, members who had inherited the bloodline could turn their arms inward and outward. Their attacks were very strange. After eating, Aoi brought Night Sorrow to the Tai Xian Hall. 13. As for the Yuan ranking contest, I won't be going. I'll just do my best. Yu Yangyu said to Night Sorrow. He had originally planned to go and watch, but changed his mind at the last minute. It was because Aoi and the others had said that Night Sorrow's mental state was a problem, which made him feel that he would give Night Sorrow pressure if he went. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.